Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Shri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of caste, creed, identity, what color shirt you're wearing, etc. May you find yourself feeling included, welcomed, accepted, comfortable, and in general, at peace here. Hello, Cryptic Slytherin. Thank you for blessing us so early on with a heart me. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Pray for Peace. And I'm doing well, Cryptic. Thank you for asking. I trust that you and all my guests who are joining me now are as well as they can be, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in their life at this time. And hello, Kimmy. And hello, Shakira. You are very early. And thank you for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. Welcome. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, share positive, perhaps silly and goofy sentiments, and relate in one another's unique experiences of life. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Gentry Honey. Jai Jinendra. Welcome, Sky Guardian. Hello, Emily. I am doing well today. Thank you for asking. Had some good time in the sun. Soaked up some of the sun's mighty rays and photosynthesized a little bit. Namaste, Nish. Welcome, Andrew. And Tash, you are wearing Yamsox. These ones. You are very welcome and thank you. Bear, you share that your circumstance is that work and free time feels like Schrodinger's cat. It is always constant and not. I understand. And I'm very happy that you are here as well, MJ. Since you all are so early, I get to ask you my question of the day today. Today I am wondering, what are your favorite compliments to receive? And then we will be opening with a short reading from Roar the Ganges, a book, and then we'll open the floor to questions and answers. And thank you, Melissa, for your pair of ice cream cones. Yum yum. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ. That you're funny, says Cryptic Slytherin. That is a wonderful compliment to receive. It's good for people to see our light-hearted side. One's about our smile, says Jai. Those are great ones. And you have a great smile, I am sure. Kimmy, you say that you look like a child. You've received free candy for that reason. Yeah, you know, I went trick-or-treating this year. No, last year with my younger sister. She's 14. I'm 22. I just covered my face in makeup and I went as a skeleton, spooky skeleton, and I got a lot of candy. I hear my cat meowing. Hello, feral soul. And Sunita, your favorite compliment is that I love your aura. That is a nice compliment. And Sarah, you share that they like to be around you or talk to you. Having your presence validated is very lovely. And I must open the door for my cat Shadow, whom I fear will meow until the sun sets if I don't open the door for him. So do spare me one moment. Say hello to everyone. Shadow Bear. I love you. Thank you for your patience. And thank you, Pantagor, for your heart me and flowers a few minutes ago. Jai Sita Ram. And Tracy, you share that your cat is with you. And he also loves my videos and soothing voice. Shadow, did you know that you're precious and blessed? He's in a funny mood. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Back to the question of the day. Duma, you like being called wise. That is a great compliment. Beeves, you share that you like when someone says you have nice elbows. That is a rare and unique one. I'll give them that. Radhe Radhe Anna. And Shakira, you love when people say you're funny or creative or beautiful. And hello Sakiko. You love when people say, I love your personality. That is a good one. And Starfire, you share that I'm such a positive person. It's good to have your positivity pointed out. It takes a lot of work to be positive, that's for sure. And Catherine, you like it when people compliment your outfits. I was about to say outfits. What is an outfoot? It's like an infoot, but out. It's lovely to have our sense of style and self-expression noted. Anna, you enjoy the compliments on the food you make. And Anne-Marie, you share the compliment that you're sweet. And Cryptic Slytherin, you love when people say you're a vibe. You are a vibe. Oh, and Sky Guardian, you're wondering what page we're on in Roar the Ganges. 251. And MJ, you share that you like when people are grateful for your service. Because you enjoy helping people. And it feels good to have that help acknowledged. Gabo, you share your height, for you're really insecure about it. Well, that's honest of you for sharing. I am sure that you are the perfect size. Lemur, you like being complimented on your effervescence. That is a nice quality to have. Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, can one be enlightened and blissed out in solitary confinement, I think eventually one would have no choice but to seek inward when there is nothing to search for outward. But it would be a painfully difficult task. I can vouch you that. And Mills, you share that you love it when people compliment your shoes because you hold what you wear on your feet tells a lot. You were told what you wear on your feet tells a lot. That is interesting. I wear sandals. What does that tell me about me? And Melanie, you share your big energy. Originally you. I love that. You share that the compliment that you smell good is elite. It is good, isn't it? Jana, you share that they know you love them wholeheartedly. I like that. And I'm happy you love it here. Oh, one with a very magical username. Super Weenie Hut Jr. Blepharon, you like to be told that you're nice or funny. And Tori, you share that you are sweet is your favorite compliment. I like that. Ron, you have kind eyes. Eyes can tell a lot about one, that is for sure. Alice, you share that when people tell you you're patient and hardworking, as you struggle to feel that you do enough, well, let me tell you, you certainly do enough, always and forever, to the best of your experience. Mahler Wilk, you share the compliment that you have soft, motherly energy. That's sweet. I like that. Darth Garlic Bread, you share the compliment that you are a great gamer. I like that. Katie Pond, you share the compliment that being told you've made someone's state of mind better, even if only for a short moment. I like that. Yeah, Shadow wants out, actually. I don't think Shadow knows what he wants. He's bathing himself in the middle of my room right now, giving himself a good lick down. Will I answer the question also? Asks MJ. My favorite compliment to receive is one that points me in the direction of something that I can continue to uplift about myself, so that I know what to bring out more for others. And with that, I am going to open the door for Shadow. He does want out now. Thank you for your patience. And thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day today. We'll be opening up to our daily reading momentarily. And thank you, Cryptic Slytherin, for your ski goggles. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you say, Yam, that answer doesn't count. It doesn't answer the question. I gave you an even more powerful answer because it's a template. And then you can use that template to create even more compliments than just one. I gave you not just the product, but the assembly machine itself to manufacture the product. And thank you, Ron, for your heartbeat. And half-dozen finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Liv, thank you for your dozen roses. Jai Sitaram. My neighbor lady, thank you for your heartbeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Chels Panda Music, you shared that your favorite compliment is that you have a beautiful soul. I love that. Nikki Barbie, you share that your favorite compliment is when people see you, and the first that they say is that you have a so positive charisma. And you make the people happy around you. I love that. And thank you, Cryptic Slytherin, for 240 roses. Certainly enough for everyone here to go home with one, eh? And thank you, Queen Rock Forever, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heartbeat too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And MJ, thank you for your quartet of rosas. Jai Sitaram. And K Little Star, thank you for your heartbeat and flowers. Radhe Radhe. And Alexandra, you share the compliments, having a calming energy, making people feel safe. Any compliments on your energy says a lot about you. I agree. And thank you, Shells Panda Music, for your 7 TikToks and a trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And with that, we will end our discussion on the question of the day for now, but I am very honored that we all explored so many different ways of complimenting each other. Perhaps we learned more about ourselves during that process, and maybe we can take away some new compliments to try out on others, or even ourselves. So thank you. Before we open the floor to questions and answers, we are going to read from another section of Roar the Ganges. This is a book that Sky Guardian, one of our viewers, has sent us from his guru, Swami Tadatmananda, who's written this wonderful book from his own eyes as he ventures throughout India. We are now days away from his initiation into Hindu monkhood. He will be taking sannyas, renouncing the world, very shortly. When the Hindu priests arrived at 10 o'clock, Swami Sudananda summoned Achyut, another brahmachari student who is going to be initiated into sannyas as well, and me from our rooms. The head priest was a gaunt old man with sunken cheeks covered with grey stubble. He squinted through thick glasses and smiled in a friendly, grandfatherly way. He was accompanied by 2 younger assistant priests, one of whom was his son. Both were carrying cumbersome boxes crammed with the necessary articles: oil lamps, incense, camphor, various grains, leaves, powders, and even cakes of dried cow dung. Swami Sudhananda led the two assistants upstairs to prepare the room where most of the preliminary rituals would be performed. The old priest instructed Achyut and me to follow him. We walked down the steps in front of the temple onto the ghat, a long concrete walkway jutting out into the river. Reaching the ghat's end, the priest explained in Hindi that we must bathe in the river before performing the other rituals. As we disrobed, he commanded us to throw our clothes in the river. We would not need them no longer. Achyut and I watched our dhotis float downstream. With this first symbolic act, the metamorphosis had begun. We had turned our backs on our old lives, and we were en route to the new. The water of the Ganges is cold year-round. It flows perennially down from glaciers and snowfields in the Himalayas. But in winter and spring, it is unmercifully frigid. The icy water stung our feet as we gingerly stepped in. Summoning our courage, we waded out to waist-deep water, treading carefully over the rocky riverbed. To properly perform a ritual bath, one must completely submerge at least 3 times. We swiftly took our 3 dips and started back, sputtering and shivering. Fortunately, the sun shone brightly and the air was mild. I hoped the weather would be as kind to us early tomorrow when we would take our last dip. And hello, Shreen. Happy to see you again. And hello, Warrior Priestess. And hi, Sarah. We climbed back onto the ghat, and the priest handed us coarse white robes to wear. Saffron robes would be given by my guru, Swami Dayananda, at the time of final initiation. In addition to the dhoti and upper cloth, we each received a kaupina, underwear customarily worn by sadhus, consisting of 2 long strips of cloth. I had absolutely no idea how these were to be worn. Achyut sensed my perplexity and explained how to tie them properly to cover one's private parts. We modestly stepped aside to change. I fumbled with the kaupina until it was wrapped securely enough to keep it from falling off. Newly attired, we sat at the ghat's edge, facing the river and mountains. The priest held a small vessel of water drawn from the river and poured a spoonful into each of our hands. We sipped the water 3 times, reciting the Achamana mantras as the priest instructed. Om Keshavaya Namaha, Om Achyutaya Namaha, Om Anantaya Namaha. After this ritual act of purification, the priest directed us to pour water from our cupped hands into the river while reciting the mantras for Tarpana, a ritual offering of water to the gods, to the rishis, the ancient seers, and to one's ancestors. We repeated the mantras following the priest's sing-song intonation, dipping our hands into the river repeatedly and pouring forth water slowly and prayerfully. Finishing these offerings, we followed the priest to the room where the remaining rituals would be concluded or conducted. This room was part of a new wing presently under construction. Its unplastered brick walls contained rough openings where doors and windows would later be installed. in the middle of the unfinished cement floor, a brick fire pit had been built by the priest's assistants. Next to it stood an altar covered with a white cloth on which they had drawn auspicious designs using red, yellow, and green-colored rice powder. The floor was littered with ritual paraphernalia. Achyut and I were each given a belt woven of kunja grass to wear around our waists and a wooden stick, danda. These are symbols associated with religious students. Both would be discarded at the time of final initiation. We sat before the altar with the old priest and performed a series of rituals in which various deities were worshipped to invoke Ishvara's, God's grace. For the next 3 hours, we offered flowers, rice, fruit, and incense as we performed elaborate pujas, worships. Dozens of Sanskrit hymns were chanted, some by the head priest alone, some accompanied by his assistants, and some by Achyut and me. We beseeched Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to clear the way for our initiation. We invoked the 9 planetary deities, Navagraha, which represent the laws of the universe. To them we prayed that our karmas might be conducive for spiritual growth. We sought the material blessings of Goddess Devi for sustenance and support in our new lives as sannyasis. It was early afternoon by the time we completed these rituals. The priests left to have lunch and get some rest. Fruits and milk were brought to the room for Achyut and me. We were required to abstain from meals until after our final initiation tomorrow. When the priests returned early in the evening, we were guided through the performance of a complex and richly symbolic ritual known as Ashta Shraddha. Shraddha is a funeral ceremony performed yearly for the sake of one's departed ancestors. Ashta Shraddha is an 8-fold Shraddha, venerating different groups, gods, sages, generations of ancestors, and so on. The 8th and last offering of ritual is for oneself. Metaphorically, Achyut and I had to perform our own funeral ceremonies in anticipation of our symbolic deaths during the final initiation. Renunciation in Sannyasa is total, all-encompassing, and includes every aspect of one's former identity as a person. The sun was setting when we began the last ritual of the day, Gayatri Homa. Homa is a ritual in which ghee, clarified butter, and other oblations are offered into the sacrificial fire, the sacred fire. The flames symbolically convey the offerings to the heavens. The cakes of dried cow dung, I discovered, were to be used for fuel. Following the priest's directions, we used large wooden ladles to offer ghee into the fire. With our hands we tossed in other offerings of seeds and grains. The flames hungrily consumed our oblations. With each offering, we recited the Gayatri Mantra. The Gayatri Mantra is supposed to be chanted daily by every Hindu initiated with the sacred thread, a religious emblem worn over the left shoulder by many Hindu men. Achyut had received his sacred thread while still a boy, as is customary. I had received it in a special ceremony at the Pennsylvania ashram only a few months ago, in preparation for sannyasa. As part of the final rite of renunciation, one sacred thread is given up. In order to be able to give it up, I first had to be invested with it. Hello, Gaia. At the time of sannyasa, one gives up not only the sacral thread, but also the rituals associated with prior stages of life, including recitation of the Gayatri Mantra. After tonight, Achyut and I would never again chant the Gayatri as a daily practice. For this reason, we were supposed to recite it as many times as possible to receive its blessings. After the Homa was complete, we were instructed to remain awake all night, reciting the Gayatri Mantra and offering grains into the sacred fire. The old priest and his assistants left for the evening. They would return tomorrow before sunrise. The crowded room, which had bustled with activity all day long, suddenly became quiet. The sky outside had grown dark. Stars shone brilliantly in the cold, clear air. Inside, the fire cast its warm glow into every corner. I silently reflected on what had transpired so far. Peace and gratitude filled my heart. We kept vigil throughout the night, offering grains into the fire and chanting the Gayatri. Neela, the librarian, brought us a thermos full of steaming tea, earning our deep appreciation. The tea helped us stay warm and wakeful, but by the early morning hours, our vigil became an arduous struggle. We took turns walking around the fire to fight off cold and drowsiness. When the fire burnt low, we threw in a few sticks or pieces of dung cake. The night grew long as we patiently awaited the return of the sun's warmth and brilliance. It is the shining sun that is worshipped as a manifestation of God in the revered Gayatri Mantra that we chanted. Om Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. I meditate on God's sacred light as the gleaming sun. May it inspire our minds. This mantra absorbed my attention throughout the night, inspiring me to sense the all-pervasive presence of divinity manifest in all forms of light. In the bright tongues of fire, in the sparkling pinpoints of light dotting the night sky, and in the pale purple-blue glow beginning to appear on the eastern horizon. And with that, we will end our reading and the chapter there for now. Mark is well underway, being initiated into Hindu monkhood. Tomorrow will be the big day for him. For us, we will read it later on in this life. So thank you for listening with us, everyone. What a rare and sacred opportunity in this reading to become acquainted with such an auspicious ritual performed for thousands of years. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Shells, thank you for your half-dozen roses. My apologies, half-dozen TikToks you sent just as we started reading. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Daniel. And thank you, Sushkar Tofel. I certainly can be educated in a better way to pronounce your name. But until then, I thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you share that you never knew the Gayatri Mantra isn't chanted anymore. It is still chanted, I am sure. There isn't a provision on not being allowed to chant it after initiation. It is just unneeded. And Queen Rock Forever, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Brandon Rogers, you share that you've been using my advice the past 2 days about the addiction, and it's helping. You're trying to forgive yourself. I'm so happy to hear that, Brandon. And I full-heartedly believe in your ability. And if there is a mistake on your path to letting go of this vice, then forgive yourself for that too. The waves may keep coming, but we keep getting up every time we are knocked to our feet, off our feet rather. We stand up to our feet, and the waves that hit us, they keep getting weaker and weaker, and eventually we are able to stand up strong without being knocked down anymore. Best wishes and blessings to you in your journey. Forgiveness is such a virtue. And yes, thank you for your 60 roses. And a paper crane. A quintet of roses in addition. And some hearts. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Et, you ask, what is my spirit animal? Well, I am very much drawn to cats, as many of you know. I love kitty cats, big and small. And Kevin, hello and thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Corin, for your trio of roses too. Jai Sitaram. Leanna Lisa, you are wondering, what is it that I chant? Is it another language? It is a very old language, an ancient language known as Sanskrit. Thank you, Tan Hao Yu, for your heart me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Brandon, you ask, do I have something you should listen to while you sleep to calm down? When I was struggling with cravings in withdrawal to go to sleep, what I'd do is I'd pour myself a cup of calming tea, and then I'd listen to stories from Himalayan yogis or yoginis. I just love hearing from those saints that are up there in those holy mountains, listening to their words on such sublime perspectives of life. Really help me get into my thick skull that I really do have the power to accomplish what I am dreaming of. And it gets easier. Can I write that down? I can type it in chat. Himalayan yogis. I turn to them when I am feeling quite lost. And that is right. Jinsimos. It is an understatement to say that Sanskrit is old. Particularly Vedic Sanskrit is not just an old language, but the oldest language, at least that we know of. And it's still spoken today, which is amazing. And Usha, thank you for that heart me a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Melissa, you ask, what do I respond to someone who has said that they will ask God to punish you? Well, I say no problem, because I'll ask God to take care of me. And He is my well-wisher. And Brandon, thank you for your cube of roses, in addition to all of the other very generous tokens of appreciation. A 3x3x3 cube of roses. That's 27 of them. Radhe, Radhe. I'm happy to hear that, Brandon. I hope you enjoy the insight from Himalayan yogis. David, you ask, do I know how to eat burritos backwards? Well, given their symmetry, it should be the same as eating them forwards, no? Just pick it up, turn it around, and good to go. Thank you, Lana, for your heart me and trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Jarrett, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, internet troll. Tatvamasi, you mentioned that when you were 8, you were given the Gayatri Mantra by your guru, your grandfather, Narsimha. That is lovely. Is your grandfather's name Sanskrit? And if so, is it related to the name for the lion, Simha? And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And John F., thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your ice cream cone, your Gigi, gingerbread man, and a TikTok. Jai Sitaram. You share that he had the power of Narsimha when he meditated, so people called him Narsimha. Well, your grandfather sounds like such an elevated being. I'm very honored to have someone in his lineage here, such as yourself. And Lana, thank you for another trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Negatos, you ask, does Buddhism believe in Atma? You mean in a personal self, like Hinduism? Buddhism upholds the principle of Atma, that there is no unchanging self. That if you try to go in search of some unchanging self, you will end up empty-handed. Now, to be fair, the Hindus say the same thing. But they mean it to say that there is an unchanging self, you just can't find it, because it is from where you are doing the looking. But the Buddhists say if you can't find it, then why bother even assuming its existence? Potato, potato. And thank you, Melissa, for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you are very welcome, Matchbox Maximus. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And good evening, Claybeard. Tin Man, you had asked, what are my dreams and aspirations? You know, when tomorrow isn't guaranteed, I'm just happy to be here. My dream is to live, and thus I shall do so now, while I have the chance. And Liz, thank you for your heart meat. And Dancing Beaver in sunglasses a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, 31 Planes. What was your question, Melissa? You asked, what characteristics am I looking for in a partner? And what do I bring to the relationship? What is this, an interview? Like a business interview. Right now, I am not looking for a partner. And nor is a relationship a transaction. I bring you this, so you bring me that in return. It is all about giving without expectation of reward. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your rose and heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And John, thank you for your heart me. And a dozen team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Nick. Nor you share such a lovely sentence. Death asked life, why does everyone hate me and everyone love you? It's a good question. Chris Cairo, you ask, what is it that I sing after getting hearts and whatnot? They are all mantras, ancient sacred sounds imbued with spiritual meaning. And thank you, Melissa, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you share. You think, Yam, I am too enthusiastic about unifying beliefs, but unfortunately they do not teach the same. It is important to ensure the pristine quality of lineages being maintained, but what they speak at heart is ultimately the same. Therefore, let us both, with due diligence, ensure that we do not misconstrue any teaching. Also, ensure that we understand the heart of all teachings to be the same. Otherwise, people will think that there is a choice in the matter, like either Buddhism or Hinduism is right, and one of them therefore must be wrong. But truth is not some black and white choice. It lay at the heart of all pursuit, as long as one is steadfast in Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, Sikhism, Taoism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, paganism, whatever. Whatever your path is to that heart, that truth is one. We may describe it in different ways, but the descriptions differ not because truth differs, but because that truth is beyond words, and thus we have to use so many varieties of words in order to bring some context to that infinity we are in search of. And thank you, Grand 11, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Carlo, thank you for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Hanan, for your pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. Grand 11, you ask for a mantra to release emotional pain. I really like the Gayatri Mantra, which we actually referenced today in our reading. The Gayatri Mantra is all about repentance and just letting go of all that stuff we hold within us. It is said that the Gayatri Mantra was revealed long ago, before the Kali Yuga even started, so that we may have a vehicle of truth in order to dispel whatever dark effects lingering from the age of Kali we may have brought into our own system. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Chanting that again and again, we bring ourselves to higher and higher things and release the old. Hello, Yana. And thank you, 31 Planes, for your beautiful hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. And K Little Star, thank you for your fireflies. Those are very beautiful and cute. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And it's Lol Goggles, thank you for your 30 roses. Radhe O Radhe. Jainismo, you share that. You find it interesting how Buddhism isn't a missionary religion. They believe and do their own thing. Indeed, you will find that religions come in many forms, and so do religious people. Proselytizing is often a kind of ignorance of the inevitability of truth arising within an individual. We don't need to convince anyone of the truth, because they are a living representative of it, just as we are ourselves. That Supreme Source has given rise to all of us. We are parts of that infinity. God exists in them, just as God exists in us. So, why do we have to teach them of what's already inside them? They will discover it on their own time. And thank you, Nick, for your hat and mustache. And your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! Melissa, you ask another interview question. Who are some of the philosophers that I admire intellectually? All of you. Lana, you love Paramahansa, Sri Swami Vishwananda. I have heard of this guru. Seems to be a lot of love around him, which is very inspiring. Thank you, Mount St. Goatee Organics. Goatee, I always think it says Goatee. Gotel Organics. Thank you for the marvelous confetti. Radhe, Radhe. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Lovely Buddhist mantras you share in chat. Thank you. Katie Pond, you ask, do I have any daily rituals? In the morning, I like to do a prayer before my before my feet touch the ground. I think today my mind is moving faster than my tongue. Before my feet touch the ground in the morning, I like to do a prayer. Hello, Michaela. Thank you for your good night blessings. What did I do today in my prayer? Well, recently I've been very much enjoying the Lord's Prayer. The one that goes like, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You know, a big secret that a lot of people don't know about is that heaven exists right now, here, as the potential for everything to become better. If you are able to perceive the potential in something, then that means you are able to witness heaven. And because that is already done in heaven, then it is our duty for that will to be done here on earth, as it is already done in that vision of potential of heaven that we find. Tatvamasi, you share. You don't agree. We can promote conviction, can't we? It is not our duty to. When Ishvara decides it's time for a soul to open up, that is an entirely inward process. We can only facilitate where they are on their journey, but we cannot push them ahead. Ars Poetica. You ask about the concept of Ishvara. Can I speak to this concept more? Ishvara is one of the Sanskrit words for God. In other words, it is when God grants the grace for us to awaken to our spiritual path. Thus, we become convicted. It cannot come from without, just as in our life, no one had to push us into a spiritual awakening. That happened entirely within, isn't it? After the conviction was there, then we sought help from others who are on a similar path. But until that conviction comes, we cannot get it from anyone else. That is a fire ignited within. Otherwise, we are trying to do God's work for Him. But we are not God. And thank you, Malina, for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. Amanda Michelle, you ask, how seriously do I take life? Now, life you could say that I don't take life seriously at all. I take death very seriously, but life is very unserious. And thank you, Nick, for your 16 roses. Hariom Tat Sat. Tatvamasi, you share that you have to dig and dissect to be convicted, so you just have this path. But I have helped a lot, so I have not helped one bit. It is not through digging and dissecting that we become convicted. It is by giving up. Once we let go of our task of exploring, then we become convicted in the fact that what we were searching for must not be separate from ourselves to begin with. And that giving up happens within. The digging and the dissecting, that may be inspired from without. People can tell you to look over there or look over there, here, there, up there, down there. And when you end up empty-handed, then that tells you a lot more than you think. And Melina, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Hariom Tat Sat. Corina, you ask, how do we know what the right path is? An example being our career. What should we focus on? The path is made right. A path is made right by your determination to stick with it. There is no wrong path. But being in conflict with yourself, then how can you go anywhere? The best career for you is one that takes into consideration your talents, if you are pursuing a career in which your talents aren't being exercised, then what service can you do? The best kind of service is the one that you can do to the best of your ability. And if your abilities are elsewhere, then perhaps it is time to ask yourself, where would my abilities be put to work? Where do I find the most opportunity to help, to grow, to serve others? And even then, know that you will not find lasting happiness in a career, because it is not what lies at the end of your journey that is fulfilling. It is the journey itself. Yet I know some of you will listen to that and think, okay, if the journey itself is what's fulfilling, then at the end of the journey I should be able to look back and go, yes, I'm fulfilled with all of that journeying. But then we are still destination oriented. It's not about the destination whatsoever. In this moment, do you feel like you're growing? If so, then there's your fulfillment. It is not about having achieved this, being healed, having learnt this, being grown. Are you learning, growing, loving, healing in the present moment? Then fulfillment is here before you now. Even before your career may even begin, you may be fulfilled. Even before you finish your education, you may have completed life. Life is made complete now. It already is. Because you are already learning, growing, loving, you are already healing, expanding. We just have yet to realize this ongoing act of evolution. Just bringing your awareness to this is all it takes to be happy now. Easier said than done. That takes practice too, just like anything. Sky Guardian, you share. If everything is right, but they say the opposite of each other, surely they cannot all be right. Why not? If we are thinking in classical logic, then the opposite of a truth is a contradiction, and the opposite of a contradiction is a truth. But there are many more kinds of logical truth values which do not behave so similarly with negation. Consider, for example, the numbers 1 through 100, let's say. Positive 1, positive 2, positive 3, all the way up to positive 100. Now they, on one side of the number line, they say that 0 is a positive number. But negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4, all the way up to negative 100, they say, no, 0 is a negative number. These people on the opposite side of 0 are talking about 0 from opposite perspectives. So one must be right and one must be wrong, right? It has to be the case. Either 0 is positive or 0 is negative. Meanwhile, 0 is there sitting perfectly in between the positives and the negatives, saying, you can call me positive, you can call me negative, you can call me both, You can call me neither. I don't care what you call me. There is truth in both of your perspectives. But both of you are also limiting each other's opportunities to realize the truth. So the Buddhists say Atman doesn't exist. The Hindus say Atman is the only thing that exists. But Atman is like that zero, in between existence and non-existence. Atman says, I don't care what you call me, whether I exist or not exist, or I'm both existing and not existing, or neither. You guys may say opposing things from each other, but that doesn't change the value of what I am. And thank you, Anya, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm happy you found some meaning in putting it like that. Anya, that means other in Sanskrit. Oh, other. To someone, perhaps, you are their significant other. For you are very significant, Anya. Hello, Steve. Thank you, Trevor, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lana, you ask a funny question. May I give you all energy with my hand? It's a funny question. I've never been asked this. It's very humbling. Thank you for your rose, by the way. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. And thank you, Bobby So, for your heart me, your team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. Sky Guardian, you ask, am I trying to recite the Gayatri Mantra as much as I can before initiation? I've had a feeling to chant it today. Actually, before I read what we read today, I wanted to go outside and chant the Gayatri on some mala beads. But I didn't have time since the Gayatri is a longer mantra, so I did the Maha Mantra instead. But you mentioned reading another section from the Vachanamrut. Let us do so. I agree, Sky Guardian. Swamiji is surrounded by synchronicity. I must acknowledge that. And thank you, Vivian, for your beautiful flowers. Radhe Radhe. And Jimbagnola. Thank you for a whole galaxy. Whole lot of stars, whole lot of planets, a supermassive black hole, probably, at its center. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lana, thank you for your beautiful, wise old owl. Jai Sitaram. You are very welcome, Lana. Whatever energy I have to give, you all are welcome to it. Alright, let us read from another section of the Vachanamrut. This is a selection of about 300 or so discourses from a great being known as Swami Narayan, among many epithets. In this book, he is often addressed as Shriji Maharaj. We will be reading Gadhada 1:23. Emptying a pot of water, remaining in an elevated spiritual state. On Posh Sudhi the 5th, Samvat 1876, otherwise known as the 21st of December 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting on a large, decorated cot on the veranda outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Kachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He had tied a white feto around his head and was wearing a white angarku and a white surval. He had also tied a deep orange shailu around his waist. At that time, Paramahansas, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Out of compassion, Shriji Maharaj then began to speak to the Paramahansas. The Vasudeva Mahatmya scripture is extensively dear to me because it describes all of the methods of how devotees of that source, God, should worship him. Shriji Maharaj then continued, there are two types of devotees of that source, God. One has complete conviction to God, yet worships God identifying themselves with their body. The other, however, believes their own self to be Chaitanya, awareness, consciousness itself. Transcending the influences of the three states, waking, dream, and deep sleep, and the three bodies, Sthul, Sukshma, and Karan, this devotee worships God while beholding God's form within their very own self. As a result, they see their own self, which transcends the three states and the three bodies, as being extremely full of light. Within that light, they see the form of God just as it is, in its incarnate form, as being extremely luminous. Such is the elevated state of the latter devotee. As long as one has not attained this elevated spiritual state, one is subject to obstacles, even if one is a devotee of God. Shivaji, for example, did not behave in such an elevated spiritual state, and was therefore enticed by the beauty of Mohini. Brahma, the creator, and by the way, Shiva is the destroyer, Brahma also did not behave in such a state, and thus became infatuated on seeing Saraswati. Naradji, who was a Deva Rishi, a guru of even the celestial deities, also did not behave in such an elevated spiritual state, and consequently harbored a desire to marry. Moreover, because Indra, Chandra, and others were not behaving in such a state, their reputations were also blemished due to their mistakes. Furthermore, if a person has not developed this elevated spiritual state, they will perceive worldly attributes even in God, even if they themselves are a devotee of God. King Parikshit, for example, was not such a devotee, and so he raised doubts about the divinity of Sri Krishna Bhagavan. After hearing of the Ras episode, on the other hand, because Shukji was such an elevated devotee, he had no doubts whatsoever. Such a devotee firmly realizes, if no flaws can affect me or bind me in any way, how can there possibly be any Mayic flaws in God, by whose worship I have become like this? Such a devotee firmly realizes this. When such a devotee of God focuses their vritti, concentration, on the form of God, that vritti is divided into two. Of these, one vritti focuses on the form of God, while the other focuses within the worshipper themselves. The vritti that is fixed on God's form is applied lovingly, whereas the vritti that is fixed on the worshipper themselves is full of contemplation. This latter vritti negates all other thoughts and desires, except those of worshipping God, that may arise in the worshipper. It also negates all of the flaws within the worshipper themselves. In this matter, the vritti of such devotee constantly remains on God. A person who, at times, worships God with a concentrated mind and, at other times, indulges in worldly thoughts, does not develop such an elevated spiritual state. Consider, for example, a pot that is filled with water and emptied somewhere. If another pot of water is subsequently emptied at the same place on the following day, or the day after that, a pool of water will not collect there. Why? Because the water poured on the first day dries up on that very day, and the water poured on the second day also dries up on that same day. On the other hand, if a trickle of water were to flow continuously, a large pool of water would soon be formed. Therefore, while eating, drinking, walking, engaging in any activity whatsoever, whether it be pure or impure, in fact, at all times, one should constantly keep one vritti on God. While remaining one's vritti constantly on God, while maintaining one's vritti constantly on God, in this manner, one attains that abiding, elevated spiritual state. And so we conclude Gadhada 123 on emptying a pot of water and remaining in such an elevated spiritual state. Gadhada 123 on emptying a pot of water and remaining in such an elevated spiritual state. My apologies. It seems as though my internet disconnected me for a moment. If I need to reread a part of that, do let me know. And if I have returned, also let me know. At all. I am back. Thank you, Anna. Was any part of the ending of the Vachanamrut cut off? Hello, Jack Steller. If so, I will read it. I was saying that I very much enjoyed the analogy of water pooling with a continuous stream. Otherwise, if you pour one pot of water one day, then the next day it will have already dried up. Therefore, one should constantly engage in bringing one's mind to that source, so as to accumulate the waters of divinity within. But thank you for listening together. Maybe the last 2 or 3 lines ended up missed. Okay. I will read the last 2 or 3 lines then. I'll just start from the analogy of the water. Consider, for example, a pot that is filled with water and emptied somewhere. If another pot of water is subsequently emptied at that same spot on the following day, or the day after that, a pool of water will not collect there. Why? Because the water poured on the first day dries up on that very day, and the water poured on the second day also dries up on that same day. On the other hand, if a trickle of water were to flow continuously, a large pool of water would soon be formed. Therefore, while eating, drinking, walking, engaging in any activity whatsoever, whether it be pure or impure, in fact, at all times, one should constantly keep one's vritti, concentration, on God. While maintaining one's vritti constantly on God in this manner, one attains that abiding, elevated, spiritual state. And Nur, you summarize. Basically, always keep your Creator in mind. Tadastu. Lana, you say that I give you all so much energy, it's too much for the internet connection. Perhaps. It is a test of patience, which is certainly one that I accept, and I thank you all for your patience whenever it arises. Now thank you, Gabby, for your 14 roses you sent several minutes ago by now. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yesterday's child, thank you for your 14 cloud breads. And to let him cook. Jai Sita Ram. And Jody, thank you for your half-dozen roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Nick, for your pair of roses. And Andrea for your pair of roses a few minutes ago too. Radhe Radhe. And I love that, Noor. Even when things are going good, remember and give thanks. A wonderful reminder. Hello, P. That is right. Some of the words I use do come from a language that is still spoken in India today, known as Sanskrit. And this is my show. Thank you for your heart, me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And good night, Chloe Evans. Aham Brahmasmi. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your tiny diny. Yippee! You share that you haven't seen me in a month, and I am much transformed deep in my spirit. I am happy to hear that. It does not feel like a month. I feel like you are with me every day. And thank you for your trio of roses also. Jai Sitaram. And up the freeway. Thank you for your heart, me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jina, thank you for your pair of roses. Radhe oh Radhe. And I'm very appreciative of your openness to find this to be a healing space for you, Joshua. And Nick, you share that you find it so beautiful. So many come to me to find an inner peace within themselves, including you. I am grateful for the opportunity to host this space for so many wonderful souls. Truly, the honor is mine. And Lana, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dr. Ginny, know that you are always welcome here. Rain or shine. Thank you, Din Man, for acknowledging peacefulness to be a part of this moment. And Noor, you share, it's nice to be in a place where you are not ridiculed. Yes, it is, isn't it? Now, not all moments are filled with comments that are always so loving, and that too is something that I am grateful for. I believe that it is important for everyone to speak their mind, and if they do so in a way that comes off as rough or tough, then that helps toughen us up too, so that we may be able to hold space for even more of the various forms of lovely personalities on the internet. And thank you, Lana, for your subscription. And a rose a minute ago. I thank you for the opportunity to allow me to connect deeper with you. And may you let me know in any way I can be of more help for you on your journey. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Betty Elf from Sweden. Happy to have you here. I love my international audience. And love and light to you, Kevin. Tadvamasi, you ask, why aren't I zoned out and meditative instead of this right now? Some people say that to meditate you must zone out. I say to meditate, you must zone in. So I'm still zoned, just in rather than out. And Mr. Rocket Shot, thank you for your heart me and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. In the zone. Yes, I like that, Greg RG. Much blessings to you, Kevin. Sarah B, you ask a good question. Where am I? Where are we? Some may say nowhere. Some may say everywhere. If you take that pair of words, know and where, and you just take the W from where, and then move it over to the end of know, then from nowhere you become now here. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Chris, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Betty Alf, you ask, where am I from? You can find me in Canada. In my igloo, eh? And Gabby, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bikash, you ask, am I vegan? I eat way too much ghee to be considered a vegan. I'm eating so much ghee that I've developed a belly. I've never had a belly before. I like playing with it. I like watching it jiggle. I've been underweight my whole life, and now I have something to play with down here. Very interesting, walking downstairs and feeling your tummy go up and down. I've never felt that feeling before. It's a whole lot of ghee down there. And thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your fire. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. What made me gain weight? It's the ghee, man. Like Frank Red. Wait. Is it Frank Red's hot sauce? I put that stuff on everything. Now, I started to gain an appetite when my anxiety decreased. I didn't even realize that it was due to my anxiety until it started to clear up, and suddenly I enjoyed eating. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for another trio of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nor you share that Frank's is the best. He used to take a bottle with you places. That's awesome. I might have to start doing that too in preparation for my trip to India. I can tell you that my heart is ready, but my tongue is not. Oh man. I once had an Indian friend invite me over for dinner, and his father made us some pizza. And he put a lot of spices on it. And I was eating it, and it was really spicy. And I knew I was done for when, after the first few bites, my Indian friend's father, who was Indian himself, said, "Do you find this pizza to be too spicy?" And if an Indian is saying something's too spicy, well, I'm done for. Oh man, I think I was leaking out of every orifice, drooling, snot coming out my nose, crying. I'm sure there was steam coming out of my ears as well. And thank you, Spiritual Medic, for your paper crane just a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nick, you ask, have I ever tried a ghost pepper? I have not. I did try some spicy pepper a few months ago. My mom had got me this microwavable Indian meal with rice and vegetables. And I swear, I tell you, I ate most of the thing. I got 75% through it, and it wasn't so bad. But then suddenly I bit down on some pepper that I feel like whoever prepared this put there on purpose. Because the moment I bit down on that pepper, I immediately and calmly put the plate next to me. I stood up and went to the kitchen. Just instantly, I knew that I was done for, and I started gargling milk, and it was one of the most painful experiences I've had. Just crying. So I am looking forward to my spice tolerance increasing in India. I am sure that it will have to. Thank you, Dr. Jenny, for another trio of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And G2 Infinity, you share that Ayurvedic practice recommends to be careful with spice, especially if one tends to overthink. Indeed, too much spice is considered rajasic. I try to be very sattvic in my diet. At the same time, I love me a good challenge. Putting myself through difficult experiences helps me grow. And thank you, Betty Alf, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Rory, you ask, do I read bedtime stories? 'Cause I should. Well, I have been reading the Bhagavad Gita on my ASMR YouTube channel. You could fall asleep listening to that if you want. We're up to the 7th chapter now. And Tatvamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nish, you share, I should prepare for spicy cereal. Oh no. Don't tell me that's a thing. Good evening, Tone Reds. Anthony, you share, it's amazing how some people can take hot, spicy food. I am very inspired by such people. I'm about as wide as it gets when it comes to spice tolerance. Sky Guardian, you ask, have I decided on where in India I am going yet? Well, I have yet to hear back from your guru. After I sent him an email asking him if he knows of any ashrams. Mihiretab Yelma, you ask why are all of my videos deleted? They were insightful. Well, I am very grateful that you found insight within them. I hope you will allow me the space to create something even new and hopefully more insightful. And I thank you for your patience until then. And Jos, thank you for your quintet of rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Anthony. And Joshua, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Melissa, you ask, what role does monogamy play in terms of spiritual enlightenment? Well, there are many people who are monogamous and spiritual, many people who are monogamous and not spiritual, many people who are not monogamous and spiritual, and many people that are neither monogamous nor spiritual. So I hope that whatever you are, you find spirituality to flow through you in everything that you do. One spiritual component of monogamy is that one-pointedness of directing your love. There you really get to witness such beauty unfold as you harness the potential of love so distinctly. But one can find many spiritual qualities in everything that we do. Sky Guardian, you share. It's okay if he doesn't answer. You'll annoy him on Saturday. Thank you. Don't annoy him too much, or he'll send me to some crackpot. Shas, you ask, how does this feel so peaceful? This is new to you. I think the nicest part about peace is that you don't have to question it. But living a life so full of worry, whenever there is a moment of peace, then the mind starts to wonder, what's wrong? Where's the catch? Shouldn't there be something I'm doing? Shouldn't there be something I'm worried about? It's very funny. We spend so long trying to be peaceful, and then the moment we feel any peace, we go, do I really deserve it? Nick, you share that I inspired you to eat a banana. I do love bananas. Lots of good nutrients in them. Sky Guardian, you share that Swami Tadatmanandaji once made a joke saying crackpot. Well, then he definitely knows where to send me. Now it's okay. I'm a crackpot too. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your rose. And Tiny Diny. Yippee! And I love that observation, Joshua. that everybody deserves peace if they're willing to accept it and embrace it. Right? You could say, what about those people that make bad decisions? Well, then they especially deserve peace so that they can make better decisions. Melissa, thank you for your quintet of roses too. Jai Sitaram. Honey Bunny Official, you ask, does chanting help get over a breakup? And what else helps? One cannot simply get over a breakup. There's nothing to get over, really. The heart will always love what it wants to love. And the love we have given, if it is freely given, will remain with them for as long as we live. And then some. What you can do to honor that love is let yourself process those feelings. If it hurts, feel that pain. You honor it by feeling it, not by trying to avoid it. But mantras can be a great way to process that. After a breakup, I once went into the moonlight and chanted, Radhe, 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 Radhe. And I did it for hours, and I kept crying, and I cried, and I cried, and eventually I just decided to stop crying because I thought I'll be here all night crying. But it was so healing. Radhe, by the way, is the vocative form of the Divine Feminine. Radha. So I just called out to her as I looked into the moonlight. And that was a very healing time for me. It was a very painful time. But that pain was very meaningful to experience. And thank you, Corin, for your trio of roses, a heart me, and a team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And Tyler, thank you for the let 'em cook. Arion Tat Sat. And you share Honey Bunny. The pain is almost unbearable. I know how you feel. And you don't have to bear it. You will still be whole, whether you are lying on your bed, crawling around on the floor, whether you are shouting into the stars. You will always be whole. And that person whom you've loved so much is blessed that you were such a source of love for them. And that love will remain with them forever as it blossoms into newer and beautiful things. And thank you, Tyler, for the pair of let 'em cooks. What is the image of that gift? He looks like a Goomba from Mario. You know the Goombas? The little brown Goombas. I don't know how else to describe them. Thank you. And hello, Claire. And thank you, Bobby So, for your pair of roses. I lied. You sent me a pair of fires. Thank you for the fires. Radhe, Radhe. Now I hear my lovely kitty cat meowing on the other side of my bedroom door. I'm going to open it for him, since unfortunately he does not have opposable thumbs to open the door. Lovely boy. Shadow bear. Joshua, you share that we often question why life has its hardships. Are they tests or are they elusive perspectives? Well, both of those are perspectives you can have. But which of those perspectives puts you through unnecessary hardship? If you feel like one perspective is conducive to growth, then that is the perspective that you shall grow from. Hardships, in my opinion, are indeed there for us to be challenged and therefore become wiser problem solvers, become stronger emotional carriers. In everything that we do, we have the opportunity to become more wakeful, as the Buddhists put it. Hardship is an excellent opportunity for us to become wakeful through. Yeah. I'll open the door for you. Yeah. He has spoken. I need to get him a little cat door. But for my bedroom, Shadow is very demanding, and I am grateful that he gives me the opportunity to be in service of him, because he certainly deserves it. I don't know what it is about him, but he can get me to do anything. Thank you, Claire, for your 1, 2, 3, 4 team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gabby, you're wondering, in which Canadian province am I? It would be the West Coast, British Columbia. And thank you, Claire, for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Joshua. You are very right indeed. Shadow does bring me much joy. He is a blessing. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for the let 'em cook a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tatvamasi, you ask a good question. Why close the door if Master wants it open all the time? A very good question indeed. It is more so to keep you all from hearing all the other goings on in my house, like people washing dishes or vacuuming, things like that. And Lonella, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gabby, you ask, what is a master? One who has control over themselves. No one can be anyone else's master, but one who has achieved mastery over their own self. They have much to teach me. Lonella, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nick, for your rose and confetti. Jai Sitaram. MJ, you share that your kitty was your master. Indeed they were. Until they were satisfied with the service that you gave them, and are now bossing some soul around, some new soul. And thank you, Betty Elf, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Mel, you ask for me to please explain the meaning of some of my chants. Okay, I'll teach you one. Hari Om Tat Sat. H-A-R-I, Hari. Hari is a name given to that one whom steals the hearts of all Paramahansas. Alright, what is a Paramahansa, you ask? Well, now I have to tell you the difference between a Hansa and a Paramahansa. What is the difference? Well, now I have to tell you a short story. Long ago, there was this great being known as Veda Vyasa, which literally means the compiler of the scriptures, the one who compiled all of the Vedas, Puranas, epics, Upanishad, Brahmasutras. He had a great son known as Shukadeva. And Shukadeva did not want to be born. In fact, he refused to be born. By the time 9 months went around, he wouldn't come out of the womb. And his mother was so desperate to give birth to him, but he wouldn't budge. His father, being the compiler of spiritual scriptures, he was always chanting Vedic chants. And from the womb, his son Shukadeva was correcting him. Father, on this beat, you made an incorrect intonation. It should be instead of He thought, who is this kid correcting me from the womb? 12 years went by and he refused to be born. They said, son, why are you not coming out of the womb? He said, because the world is full of suffering. I don't want to get enveloped in Maya. I like it here. I have shelter. I have my bed. I have my food all right here. I don't have to do anything. They said, yes, but it's such a burden on your mother. Come on, come out. It'll be okay. You're not going to be full of suffering immediately. You've got your youth still. All right, fine. So, Shukadeva came out of the womb. He said, but I'm taking sannyas. What does that mean? It means I'm renouncing the world and I'm going into a secluded place to meditate. So he ran off. One day his father was chasing him, could never quite catch him, because he was always just immersed in nirvikalpa samadhi, absorption on the formless Brahman, that ultimate reality, so as to not carry the evil effects of this world of Maya. He would keep no worldly object in his mind. So one day, while his father was chasing him around, like a wild goose chase, Shukadeva, his son, ran by a pond where two women were bathing. And those two women only covered themselves up after the son left, and then when his father, Vedavyas, came. And Vedavyas was taken aback. He was very curious. He was trying to catch his son, but at the same time he wondered, when my son came by, you didn't cover yourself up. Suddenly when I come by, now you cover yourself up. Why do I threaten you but not my son? Please tell me, I am curious. So they said, well, your son is a Paramahansa, and you are a Hansa. He said, how can you tell? The women said, because when the age of Kali was beginning, the current age in the Hindu yogic cycle that lasts for the next many hundreds of thousands of years, because of the darkness that will come, the women of the earth prayed to God that they would receive a blessing. And that blessing is that all women will be able to tell a man's intention by looking at them in their eyes, whereas men will not have this ability. And you tell me, women, you can tell when someone's up to no good just by looking at their eyes, hey? They have a whole language for it. One woman could be across the bar and just glance at her friend, and her friend immediately knows what's going on, if she needs to be taken away, or if she really likes the person she's talking to. Us guys, we have no idea what's going on. So the women prayed to God and they received this blessing. He would help them during this Kali Yuga. So the women of the pond were able to tell that the son, Shukadeva, being a Paramahansa, his eyes were elsewhere. There was only absorption and bliss. There was no awareness of the world whatsoever. His body was just following according to instinct. But his father, they could tell by the look in his eyes that he was only a Hansa, that he had awareness of truth, but he also had awareness of the world, so he could very much see them as well. I mean, for instance, he stopped to ask them a question, didn't he? Whereas his son didn't. So what is the difference between a Paramahansa and a Hansa? A Paramahansa is only aware of God. not aware of the world, but Hansa is aware of them both. And so, Hari means that one who steals the hearts of all Paramahansas. Next part of the story. This Paramahansa Shukadeva was sitting in meditation, meditating on the formless God. And to try to rouse him from his slumber, his father Vedavyas gave him a new mantra fresh off the press. He told it to some boys who then walked towards Shukadeva and whispered in his ear. The verse was a description of the form of Sri Krishna. Hari represents the Shakti of that God, the energy, the feminine component which is able to express itself. And instantly, Shukadeva awoke from his meditation and said, "Where did you get that mantra from?" They said, "From your father, Vedavyas." He said, "My father, Vedavyas? He wrote that?" "Yes, he's Vedavyas." "I have been ignorant my whole life of the identity of my father. I must come to him now, not as his son, but as his disciple. Tell me more about the form of Hari." And so Hari had stolen his heart. He was brought down from being a Paramahansa. He wanted to now be aware of the form of God. And what is the form of God? The world. This material existence. To be ignorant of it is to be ignorant of the form of God. So, Hari is the one whom steals the hearts of all Paramahansas. Now we've gotten through one word of the mantra, Hari Om Tat Sat. And even that was a condensed version of the story. What to say of Om, or Tat, or Sat? Perhaps another time we can go through those words. But that is the nature of Sanskrit. It has a whole encyclopedia of spiritual knowledge within a single syllable. To truly give you the meaning of a mantra would take aeons. But I must now extend my gratitude to those who sent a gift whilst we were exploring such a story. This is my show. Thank you for that ginger man a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I agree, Gregor G. Om would certainly take a long time to explain. You are welcome, Mal. And Tattvamasi, you share, but tell you, your guru can write as pure, as perfected as Vedas. So who wrote the Vedas? Well, Vedavyas merely compiled them, but he did write the Mahabharata, which includes the Bhagavad Gita. And thank you, Safis, for your friendship necklace a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. If you can go deep, you can write Vedas. Yes. Yes. We write the Vedas. If we are inspired enough, they will come to us. And thank you, Lonella, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sky Guardian, you share that Vyasa means compiler. So it's a family of compilers. A single person cannot write them all. Traditionally, Veda Vyasa is considered to be a single person who has taken incarnation multiple times. But you're right, you could never do it in a single lifetime. And Gregor G, you ask, does Vyasa get the honorific Veda because of his work on them? Or is that his real name? Yes, no, that's... He does actually have a real name. One that I forget. But Veda Vyasa is literally just a title that means compiler of the Vedas. And thank you, Claire, for your disco love, your bubble tea, and ice cream a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Let's see, let me look up what Veda Vyasa's real name was. Krishna Dvaipayana. Krishna Dvaipayanaya. Krishna Dvaipayana. Thank you, Jarrett, for the mystery fireworks you sent a few minutes ago. A finger heart, an ice cream cone, a fire, a cloud bread, a pair of GGs, a cake, a disco love, a whipped coffee, perfume, friendship necklace, a rosa, a ginger man, an ice cream, an applause, a TikTok, balloons, a pair of pumpkin spice lattes, you're gonna keep me up, and a popcorn. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. And thank you for your presence, Noor. Time to pray and sleep. Mashallah. May you have a good night. And thank you, Claire, for your team bracelet as well a few minutes ago. And Morax, thank you for your heart meat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lex, you share, it's so cute how I read them all out loud. Well, I have to. I want to acknowledge all of your tokens of generosity. Oui, you ask, what state was I born? Well, part of me was solid, another liquid, another gas. Oh, there are many states of matter, a part of me. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Not the average one. You share that you sit and listen to me every night while you hold your baby and get him to sleep. It's so relaxing. That's so sweet. Much love to your lovely baby. I am happy that this is a relaxing enough environment for them. And thank you, Claire, for your finger heart, your rosa, ice cream cone, a trio of disco loves, a rosa, a friendship necklace, a popcorn, a bubble tea, a rosa, a friendship necklace, an ice cream cone, whipped coffee, popcorn, ice cream, and another disco love. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tatvamasi. Were you replaced in the night with a different Tatvamasi? You are funny today. What's gotten into you? And Nick, thank you for your 82 roses you sent a moment ago. Jai Sitaram. Nick, you ask how many languages do I speak, even if not fluently? I don't even think I speak English fluently. No, I can tell you I speak baby talk fluently. Oh, I was a master at my goos and my gahs. Yeah, good times. But I've been learning a little bit of Sanskrit here and there. And Duolingo has been trying to get me to learn Hindi. Just a little bit of Hindi. Thank you, Passion Flower. I don't know what it is. I do feel very happy though, which is good. And Linda, thank you for your 20 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Miss Maria, you share that you speak fluent nonsense. That's good, that's good. Sometimes we put so much energy into making sense. It can be really freeing to not have to. And not the average one. Thank you for your finger heart a minute ago as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kai Prince Music, you ask Yam. What do I know of Jesus? Well, he came to me in a dream once. Maybe you've heard this story before. Oftentimes my dreams have narrators. Do you guys have that? I haven't heard anyone else describing this. I feel kind of unique in that regard. But I'll have a dream, but there'll also be a narrator of the dream. Maybe I'm alone in that. Interesting. Anyway, so I was looking over this hill, and the narrator was saying that over that hill, God descends, age after age. And I saw, riding on a horse, age after age, different kinds of incarnations. And there was also a town over the hill, and I saw the town changing, evolving as the ages changed as well, and the scenery. It was like a time lapse, going many thousands of years through time. And at one point there was a man who looked like he was perhaps Mongolian, and another time there was a man who looked like he was perhaps Arabian. Many different nationalities. And then came the familiar form of Jesus, and he came before me and collapsed on the ground, and the narrator said, "Now it is your time to help." And I didn't know what to do, so I put my hands over the Christ, hoping that I'd give him some Reiki or something, I don't know. And he arose and he said, "Thank you, my son. In return for your help, I will be taking this from you." And then this is where it turned into like a video game. An inventory screen popped up. I play a lot of video games. An inventory screen popped up, and there were all these different parts of me. My likes, my dislikes, my personality. And he grabbed this one part of me, and I read it. It said dark humor. I kid you not. He said, "You will no longer find these things funny, my son." And I woke up like, what the heck? Come on, man. I enjoyed those jokes. Ugh. And my sense of comedy has been different ever since. Very strange dream. Now, Jared, also, I did see that you sent a subscription, again as a token of such generosity, to Orbit, Anthony, Cyber Chameleon Prism, Simon, Saharian, and Lazy Boy. I thank you again for providing me this opportunity, should they choose to partake in it, for me to deepen my connection with them and help out in any way that I can. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, Miss Gay Matt, you ask, do I think division has any truth to it? Well, divide by 0 and you create the whole universe. A lot of meaning there. And MJ, thank you for your quartet of fires. Radhe Radhe. You're very welcome, freshly seen. I have to thank my father for buying this microphone for me. Being a musician, he has an ear for that sort of thing. So I'm very grateful for that. And sounds do convey so much meaning, even in their tones and textures. And thank you, Lex, for your hand hearts. And your heart me, let 'em cook, and trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Say no to kale, you ask. How can you cure your tinnitus? One of my past relationships, in high school, I was with this girl that always complained of having tinnitus. But she went on a trip one summer in which she was rowing over this lake. And she said that she noticed that when she was in the middle of this lake, far removed from civilization, that her tinnitus was no longer there. Which is funny, because we normally think of tinnitus as something happening in here. Yet being removed from civilization, it went away. And that always stuck with me, because I realized that we are surrounded by frequencies. Everyone who has lived older than I am knows of big CRT televisions, cathode ray tube televisions. You could hear when they were on. They made a high-pitched ringing noise. Even today, try this. take your phone charger, the block that is, and stick it into a wall. And don't plug anything into it. You'll find that the full bridge rectifier in there that's converting that AC into DC, if you listen close, there is a high-pitched noise. I found this out the hard way. When I couldn't sleep one night, there was something ringing in my room. And it would always happen around the same time. And I ended up discovering that what would happen is I'd go to bed and I'd plug in my phone, and then when my phone reached 100% at like 1 in the morning, then the capacitors would start ringing inside the block that was charging my phone. Very slight sound, but I was so sensitive to it. Electronics are constantly beaming off, 20,000 hertz frequencies. If you are perceptive to that, then of course you're going to have tinnitus. The good news is that you can bring your awareness to lower frequencies, just as you can bring your awareness to higher frequencies. The proof that you are hypersensitive to higher frequencies, that also implies that you can shift your awareness to lower frequencies. So when you're listening to music, bring your attention to the bass. Bring your attention to the deep rumbling. Bring your awareness away from the high end of the trebles and towards the lowness, that stillness of sound that is a very long wavelength. And Claire, thank you for your quartet of team bracelets a few minutes ago. And Dali Mama, thank you for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. In this moment, there are many things that if we bring our awareness to, we will naturally get overwhelmed. But if there is one power that we do have as conscious beings, it is that we have the power to shift where we place our awareness. That is the power of Sangha, of association. This whole journey of life is simply going from kusang to satsang, from negative association to positive association. Sharon, you ask, how can we heal anxiety naturally? Right now, anxiety is a fear of no meaning. And when that anxiety increases, your fear of there being no meaning also increases proportionately. Eventually that may arise as a form of existential dread or crisis. That what if none of this is real or meaningful? And it's a simple solution, really. I still remember being hunched over my bathroom sink, throwing up, shaking, because I had so much panic in me. And my father would ask, "Why are you shaking? Are you cold?" I said, "No, I'm scared." He said, "What are you scared of?" I said, "Everything." Everything. He said, "Like what? Something bad happening?" "Sure. Everything." When I had nothing left to do, I went to my backyard. And I grabbed this mala, this tulasi mala. And I just started chanting. I would walk in circles around my backyard. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And I would keep going until I got to the end of the beads. And then once I got to the end, I would turn it around and I'd do it again. And I'd do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, however long it took to calm me down. And eventually, it started getting easier to calm down. I started to find that rhythm, and I would chant even louder, and I'd stand up a little straighter, and I'd sing into the sky. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. What left is there to do but chant the glories of the universe? Sounds so simple, but so strange. You know, a doctor will never prescribe you this. Science will never come to understand fully how this works. But try it for yourself. Money back guarantee, because it's free. A refund of $0. It comes back to you instantly. And yes, that's a good point actually, Dr. Jenny. But people might perceive me. I was worried about that. I thought, my goodness, my neighbors must think I've gone mad, just chanting some foreign words, walking around my backyard. But what else could you do? When you feel like your reality is crumbling around you, I might as well just start singing an ancient tune that people have been using for thousands of years to feel better, to uplift their spirits, and to praise what good there is in this world, and thereby shifting my attention from the inadequacy of the self to the infinitude of the universe. I began to get better. And my doctor was amazed. You know, she said, "You're gaining weight. You've got color in your face again. Your heart's healthy. Your breathing sounds good. Have you been doing any routines?" I said, "Well, yeah, I've been chanting." "Oh." And I told her also I quit vaping. She said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "How much nicotine are you down to now?" I said, "None. 0. You used to vape? Oh yeah, I used to vape. From the moment I woke up to the moment I went to bed. I'd bring that thing with me everywhere. I'd even wake up in the middle of the night to vape. I couldn't go hours without vaping. And PG, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Awaken Haven, you're wondering, any advice to cleanse your lungs after quitting? They clean themselves. That's the best part. Yeah. Actually, our lungs are really good at cleaning themselves if we give them the chance to. But part of all the chemicals in what we vape or smoke, they suppress that ability to clean them. Quitting alone is enough to re-engage your lungs in cleaning. But breath work is great. Pranayama. Anna, you ask, would I ever post a guide to chanting for beginners? And what a great segue this is. Because just a few days ago I did exactly that on my ASMR YouTube channel. Chanting tutorial, how to use mala beads for relaxation, meditation, and anxiety relief. In Phoenix Awakening, you share that you stopped smoking 10 days ago. You want me to wish you the best to continue. I like that. It can feel very comforting to count the days. Indeed, I certainly did. I was counting up until day 13, day 14, then I stopped counting. I just forgot to. Apparently the worst of it is by day 5. So you're well past the worst of it. But you don't have to think about it in terms of days at all. All you have to do is think about it in this moment. In this moment, I choose not to. And then when the next moment comes, all you have to do is make that decision now. In this moment, no, I don't need to. And if you keep doing that, time starts to add up. Yes, just put it off even for 15 minutes. I like that now. That's how I'd think about it. I'd think, what is the longest amount of time that I have 100% confidence I could go? A year? No way. A month? Definitely not. A week? A day? An hour? Maybe a few minutes. Getting better. Okay, how about a few seconds? Yeah, I can definitely go a few seconds. That I have 100% certainty. Okay, good. So then go for a couple seconds, and then reevaluate then. And then in a couple seconds, maybe the craving has decreased. So you go, no, I could definitely do a couple minutes now. Yeah, a couple minutes. Then maybe after a couple minutes, you reevaluate. Yeah, I could definitely do the next few hours. Go as long as what makes sense for you. Someone who's really addicted to something, even a few seconds is a big accomplishment. Just keep delaying the mind, putting it off. Don't think of it like you have to quit from now to the rest of your life. Because you don't live the rest of your life now. You only live now. It is only this moment you have to get through. And thank you, Shelley, for your little crown a few minutes ago. Yippee! I let out a little yippee. Even though it wasn't a tiny. I just, it happened. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Amanda, you share that you like to think like when you're at work for 8 hours you can without but one home. I feel like, did I misread that or was there a word missing? You feel like that when you're at work for 8 hours? Yeah, okay, no, it makes sense. When I was at work, what I would used to do is I'd draw I draw 16 rectangles on my arm. One for every half hour that I had to go through. Because I thought I can make it another half hour. And every half hour I would fill in one of those rectangles. And so I think all I have to do is make it through this rectangle. And then there's only a few more rectangles to go. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sophia, I like your question. What's my favorite plant? I don't know if I've ever thought about that question before. You know, to do your question some justice, I'll have to think about it for you, and I'll come back to you. Thank you for inspiring it, though. I do love plants. They're so patient. And Savi, thank you for your quartet of cloudbreads. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hector Fester, you ask, why do I look into the camera? Because I'm not streaming on my phone, although I am using my phone to record. It's serving as my camera for my streaming software, which is on my laptop behind. So the chat is just to the left of the camera, but I try to look at you when I'm talking. And thank you, Tatwamasi, for your pair of tiny dinies. And Heavenbound, thank you for your heart meat. And 16 team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, oh lovely one, who sent a heart me. One whose name I still have to learn, for it is in a script that I am unfamiliar with. Jai Sita Ram. And Savi, thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Passenger of the stars. That makes 2 of us. You ask, am I really in space? That reminds me of a time in grade 2 where I had grade 1 actually. I had an older reading buddy, and they would read stories to me. This reading buddy once posed the funny question to me. They were much older, probably grade 4 or something. This grade 4, he asked me, do you think you can touch the sky? I said, no way, it's way up there. He said, actually, you're touching it right now. I said, really? How? He said, because the sky is up there, but it's also down here. It's everywhere. It's all the sky. I said, oh my God. You're a legend. I probably didn't say it like that. But I was so amazed with that knowledge alone. Likewise, we talk about space as being up there, but it's also everywhere. It's also in the earth, in the mountains, in the ocean, in your body, in the sky, in the stars, in the moon, in the planets, in our sun. Space is in everything. So we are really in space. Dr. Jenny, you're wondering, what is this beautiful music? It is no copyright, royalty-free, throat chakra music that I ripped off SoundCloud. Because the other music I used to play was copyrighted. And I love that. Pamela. We live at the bottom of an ocean of air. Such a wonderful idea. Goodbye, Ashler. Nice to see you again, my friend. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose. And Leash, thank you for your heart, me. Let me give you a ding. Skip, you say, bro, Yam, what shall you do? Like, what shall you actually do? In this moment, I don't care what you do. As long as you do it with a prayerful attitude towards serving the universe. I like to become a master of the small things. I like to become a master at turning on the tap and watching the water slowly get wider as I increase the valve's ability, that smooth transition from off to on, and putting a cup underneath the tap and watching it fill up to the perfect spot, slowing down the tap's pour and just turning it off. Strive for excellence in pouring the perfect glass of water. Or when I'm writing, and I'm writing the letter M, I try to make that first vertical stroke as perfect as possible, and then that next round stroke arch over so perfectly, and then that second arch just perfectly matching the last arch. Writing the letter M can be so blissful. Making sure the bottom of the letter touches that line. When I'm opening a door, I like to just grab it at the perfect angle and start twisting and opening the door, walking through it. You know, if you focus on every activity of life just being perfect, without striving for perfection, but feeling the perfection, then your life becomes a series of perfect little moments. Starlight, wow, you ask a great question. Could the universe be exponentially expanding in consciousness always? Not only does the universe expand, but the rate at which it is expanding is increasing. Now, it is not exponentially increasing. It is increasing polynomially. But I get the essence that rate of expansion is increasing just as the universe is expanding and increasing in its diameter. But that expansion does happen indeed through us, as the conscious experiencer, the awareful witness. All that expansion takes place within us, as that envelope of meaning. But we, as consciousness, are not moving at all. We are the space of the space, the time of the time, the space in which the space itself is contained, the time in which the time itself moves through. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your pair of rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Taylor, you share that I should start an ASMR channel. I should, shouldn't I? That's a good idea. It's such a good idea that when they invent time travel, I am going to go back in time and start one even before you asked. And loving life. You ask for advice for struggling with infertility. You also share that you're sorry, as you know it's weird. Not weird at all. That's a huge part of life that many people go through, and you're definitely not alone in struggling with that. It's surprisingly common. It's also surprisingly stigmatized, especially in our culture where we feel like it's our duty to be fertile. But one can be a mother in many ways. The miracle of life can happen through you, not just biologically. There are many ways in which we can become witness to growth, to an unfolding of beauty, with the keen eyes of a mother. Motherhood can take its form in many, many ways. And SFX Sniper Cat, you shared that this is the most calming thing you've experienced in the last 2 months. Well, I'm very grateful that you find some room to be calm in here. And much love and best wishes and blessings to you loving life. And Passion Flower, thank you for your, what did you send? A rose. Thank you for that rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Spencerius, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Naomi, thank you for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tatvamasi, you share that people notice change, so your yesterday is kept alive by others too. That's a good observation, isn't it? Indeed. Then again, the version we have of someone is going to stay the same until the next time we see them. And naturally we are going to compare the last time we saw them with the time in which we are seeing them now. Brandon, you share that you just sat by the fire for a bit, about to listen to Himalayan yogis. I am happy to hear that. You will have a wonderful time tonight, I am sure. And Ram Kusun, you ask, what do I think of the celebrity blockout? I don't know, I haven't heard of such a thing. I've been blocked out from hearing this, it seems. And Jared, thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! And 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Night Owl, you ask, how did I come to gain so much wisdom? Wisdom is not gained. It is what remains after you remove so much. You know the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge you have to go out and get. You're not born with it. As you grow, you accumulate more. Wisdom we are born with. But as we grow, we keep on covering that wisdom with more and more muck. And with the muck of life on top, it's hard to see that preciousness of life that is always with us. It is like a pond that is covered in algae. In order to see the light, all you have to do is part the algae. And in that opening, you find that light to always have been there. And Impkedi, thank you for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And good night, Passion Flower. Alice, you ask, do I have a necklace on? And can you see it? I am wearing a Tulasi Mala. This is my watch when I'm meditating. How do you keep track of time while meditating? Well, you could say, on my phone I set a timer for 5 minutes. Okay. But what if you don't want to use any technology while meditating? What if you really want to be free from all that worldly stuff? How did the ancient ones meditate for exactly 30 minutes? You say that's easy. They just start counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. That gets boring very quickly. No, there's a clever solution. Take a mala with 108 beads. Do 1 mantra for each bead. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. That took 6 seconds. 6 times 108. What's that? 648? So it's a little over 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 48 seconds. Good. So 1 round of mala meditation is exactly 10 minutes and 48 seconds. So if you want to meditate for half an hour, just do 3 rounds of this. You don't have to count it. It has 1 beat at the top that feels different. So all you have to do is do your mantra meditation, and then when you get to the top, alright, that's 1 round. And then you go back, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Okay, I've been meditating for 30 minutes, I can stop. Thank you, Night Owl, for your finger heart also. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Impkedi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Wasting time, you say, but that's thinking. Indeed. Now, I don't know if you have read the Yoga Sutras, or the Bhagavad Gita, or the Vedas, Upanishads, these ancient scriptures on meditation. You read anywhere. Does it tell you to stop thinking while meditating? Interestingly, no, it does not. There is no text on meditating out there that tells you to silence your mind. What? Then where do we get the idea of quieting the mind while meditating? To tell you the truth, I have no idea. Probably because we hate the mind so much, always bugging us that we want it to stop. So we think meditation's the way to stop the mind. Fortunately, meditation is not about stopping the mind. It is about directing it. Just as an orchestra sounds bad when it's out of order. The trombone player is playing in a different key. The violinist is not sure when to start and stop each bar. The piano player, well, they're doing a different tempo. And my God, the bass player isn't even playing the same song. Meditation is walking up as the conductor and start going like this. You start conducting the mind, and then it goes from a cacophony to a symphony. So one engages the mind in meditation, engages it towards higher and higher things. Who am I? How can I befriend my fears? How can I realize my highest potential? What is something I'm grateful for? How can I honor that gratitude? And eventually you dissolve into your mind. And that dissolution is only of the chaos. At no point does the mind become quiet, but it does become quiescent. And there is a sacred kind of silence behind all that gratitude, curiosity, and positivity. And I like the way you put that, Tattvamasi. You can't stop thinking because you are not thinking. Well said. And thank you, Zealot, for your octet of cloud breads. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Marcy. Zealot, you share that you need your brain to stop beating around like a percussion section and start playing like woodwinds. See, but without the percussion section, how would the woodwinds be able to feel that beat, since their music is so fluid? The percussion section is what defines the rhythm, the tempo, for the whole beat. And this is my show. Thank you for your team bracelet. And your ginger man. Hari Om Tat Sat. Aquaman, you share that you agree with 95% of what I've said over the past 20 minutes. That's a good grade. That's an A+, isn't it? And there's room for improvement, even better. And ginseng. Thank you for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sabina, thank you for your disco laugh. Jai Sita Ram. And Starlight, wow. Thank you for your quintet of tiny dinies. Yippee! And Say No to Kale, you were wondering. Thoughts about the mind and body connection. What we have in the mind, that is where our body decides which actions it chooses to base itself from. You can consider your mind as like your set of options for your body to engage in. Therefore, it is important to maintain a pure mind if it wants to ensure a pure body. However, what we contain in our mind is often directed towards what we identify as. So, for example, if we identify with our family, then we will be sending our body into action based on the thoughts surrounding our family. Additionally, if we are identified with our nationality, then our thoughts will be arranged such that they will be pointed towards our nation, and so our body is propelled into service. That way, we get to be engaged in service to our country. Depending on the ego, our direction of identification, such is the nature of our mind, as it evolves to support the flow of that identification. When it comes to the body, if we are identified with the body, for example, if we are identified with our senses of the body, then all our thoughts will be in service to those senses, and thus we will be trying to find good things to hear, good things to see, good things to smell, good things to taste, good things to feel. In such a way, we will be of service to our senses. We will be trying to gratify our senses. Or we could be attached to the appearance of our body. Then our mind will be engaged in service towards how we can maintain the appearance of our body. But the best thing we can do is be identified not with the body, but with the soul within everybody. Therefore, our thoughts will be directed towards how we can be of service to that divinity within. That doesn't mean we should stop caring for our body either. We should care for our body, but we should care for it in such a way that respects other people. And what do I mean by that? I mean everything we do in service to our body is ultimately for the service of other people. That is to say, we take care of it so that we can be a healthier, stronger person for the people in our lives. If that makes sense. And thank you, Miss Maria, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's a good point, Greg R.G. Can't take care of others when we ourselves are dead. How can we attend to the life within others when there is no life within us? And Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. It is Miss Mariah. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. And Jack Gendron, you ask, how is one meant to avoid earthly, physical temptation in the name of self-improvement? I would be kind to your own boundaries and limitations. Trying to cut yourself off from all sensual gratifications is only going to send you into some cold turkey withdrawal, which can often lead to the urge only increasing, and thus we could be physically away from what we want to engage in, but mentally our thoughts are still surrounding that thing. And so we are really no better than we were before. That is why, for example, Krishna recommends in the Bhagavad Gita that it is best not to partake in absolute abstinence from the sensual pleasures, but to inwardly renounce them as much as possible, and eventually they will fall away without any need on your part to apply effort. The effort is an internal one, so that we can cultivate more of our attention in higher and higher things. The reason that one might want to engage in discipline from abstaining from certain tempting sensations or experiences of the senses is so that we can ultimately spend more energy on helping others, on loving. Because right now, we do spend a lot of energy on sensual gratification. Could you imagine how much work you could be doing for the welfare of all beings if that energy was expended in such a place as well? And thank you, Borgbonk, for your 10 tiny dinies. Yahoo! Kaleidoscope? You're wondering, why am I saying that we should take care of our bodies for other people first? So that we become more selfless, so that the meaning in life is gained by our service to others. Service to the self is indeed important, but why should we take care of ourselves? For the purpose of being able to take better care of others. Starlight Wow, you ask, do I feel like all spiritual texts are pointing to truth, but missing parts of it? It is not that some spiritual texts are missing parts of truth. It's that truth cannot be contained by words. How could you? Consider capital T truth, the infinite, the ultimate meaning of everything. Now, if it could fit within a couple of English words, even if it was 1,000,000 English words, it wouldn't be that big of a truth, would it? Consider this colossal existence. How are you able to fit it into words? Good morning, Michelle. In Kaleidoscope Eyes, you ask a good question. And also, why should we take care of others if others don't do it first for ourselves and we live in an individualistic society? Because if everyone thinks like that, then no one is going to help out. Do you know the difference between love, lust, and business? I will tell you so. When it is all about what you can give, and not at all about what you can take, then that is love. When it is all about what you can take, and not at all about what you can give, then that is lust. And when it is just as much about what you can give as it is about what you can take, then that's business. And we shouldn't be doing business in place of our love. Unfortunately, so much of this world is based on business. I do this for you only if you do that for me. Why? If we all just did our best to give, without worrying about what we'd get in return, then this world would be such a better place. Isn't it? We are infinite beings. What you are in essence is not something that can be described by the physical. It has not come here to receive anything from this finite world. It has not come here to learn anything that it does not already know. It is already whole. It is not that the world needs us to help. It is that we need to help the world. We need the world to help it, I should say. As such, this material universe is a playground for us souls, for us to create meaning within the canvas of the universe. And the service that we do is ultimately for ourselves, so that we can become happy in the good that we do. And neck rope, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Borg Bank, thank you for the love you. Jai Sitaram. And HKaz, you share that lots of people just give for selfish intent. Indeed, they are still expecting something in return, so it is not true giving then. There is a condition to their givingness. But as long as we are not such a person, then that's all that matters. The only person you have to work on in this life is yourself. As long as you strive to become a better giver, that's all that matters. In this life, at the end of it, you won't be thinking, if those people just gave a little more and took a little less, your life has nothing to do with other people. At the end of your life, it all has to do with what you are able to give. You will be thinking, how could I have given more? How could I have not been so selfish? Therefore, the other people in the world, it is not for us to worry about their behavior, as long as we strive to become a role model for our best behavior, then that is enough to live and lead a happy life. And Kuyin Huang Do, which I am certainly in a position to pronounce better next time. You share it's difficult to not be selfish. Indeed. But that's okay. Because every time we try to become more selfless, we get better at it. And it becomes easier and easier. And thank you, PZ, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Max, thank you for your fire. Jai Sitaram. And Riley, thank you for your rose. Maya, you are wondering, what do I think about the divorce? Well, at the moment my parents are going through one, and I think I am very grateful that I was there to see them get married. I was the ring bearer and the best man to my own parents' marriage. And now I have seen their relationship diverge to become something new. And I look forward to the challenges that it brings and my ability to be there for both my mother and my father during these trying times. I've learned to recognize that their relationship is not a reflection of who I am, and I can still have a healthy relationship with them individually, even if they might not have one with each other. And I love them both very dearly. And I anticipate a wonderful next chapter of both of their lives. And Anna, you share that it's difficult to understand that the chaos is actually under control. Look at it this way. Of all of the challenges, adversities, lessons that you've had to learn in this life so far, consider how much wiser, more understanding, stronger, and learned you have become through all of that chaos. In the moment, it didn't seem like much. It just seemed like a whole big mess of moving parts. And yet, you have emerged from all of that toil and turmoil as a smarter, more compassionate, caring individual. So you can see by your own experience that all of the hardship you have endured has given rise to so much meaning in your life at this time. Therefore, that chaos is very much guided. It was guided by you, your higher self, who has arranged it for you to experience, so that you may grow and learn and love and cry, so that you may be sad, be joyful, be angry, and be afraid, so that you may experience a whole gamut of human life, to expand your understanding of what's possible, and to deepen your perception of the potential within each moment, until it becomes so painfully obvious that you have no other reason to avoid making this moment the best moment in the universe. Cancel the internet? You are wondering, where am I living? Right now I am living with my mother and sister and friend in Canada, if that's what you were wondering. Hello, Tom Sanderson. Thank you for finding inspiration in this space, Max. And I like that, Jai. Celebrating the best moment in the universe. Catwomen, you ask, did I go to college? Tried to. I went in studying mathematics and physics. First physics, then mathematics. And then I discovered that the more my intellectual abilities were increasing, the greater disparity between them and my emotional intelligence. For I could tell you how to solve this differential equation on the surface of a manifold, but could I tell you what to do when you got angry? Could I tell you how to help yourself when you're having a panic attack? I didn't even know how to do my own laundry. So I thought to myself, what am I really learning? I'm supposed to be learning the big truths of the universe, and yet here I am, hardly a part of that universe that I am studying from. I discovered that there's a lot more to learn outside the classroom than there was in it. And so I took a break from it, dropped out, so that I could study from the real professors. What are those? My own hardships that I had yet to face. My own fears that I was avoiding. My emotions, my trauma. had to take that step away so that I could cultivate an inner kind of knowingness, rather than a knowingness about all the stuff in the world. And thank you, Zoa, for your 6 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Kaleidoscope Eyes, you're wondering, how long am I streaming for? It's almost 6 a.m. there and you haven't slept yet. My goodness. I would encourage you to take some time for yourself and rest, but if you have nowhere else to be, then you are certainly welcome here. Right now I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I think we could go for another half hour or so. And Madeline's, thank you for your love, you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dimad, you ask, has my mom ever busted in during my life? She is not one to bust in my room at all, really. She knocks, and if I don't answer, she knows I'm occupied. But if she ever needed me, she's welcome to jump in. She definitely takes priority. And good to see you again, Snoozing. Snoozing. It definitely did not feel like 3.5 hours. I agree, Nick. It was a quick one today. And that is true. I used to stream for 2 hours a night, but then those 2 hours started going by way too quickly. And Haley and Hunter, you ask, have I ever dealt with shame? And if so, how do I heal it? A lot of forgiveness. Yeah. Understanding that what I have experienced in my life is not something that I could have controlled, but I can control how I move on from it, and I want to move on from it with forgiveness, especially for myself. Besides, how else could I become such a person that my shame is very naively trying to inspire? Even if what I am shameful for is true, then there is no point having it around as shame, because I won't be able to grow with it there. So forgiveness is necessary in order to take the next step. Zoa, you ask, so besides this, do I attend therapy to help me in growing as a person? Absolutely. I find it very helpful to me. And if you find it very helpful too, then that's lovely. Thank you for your openness, Miss Mariah. I enjoy your presence here. And I agree, Madeline's time does go by fast here. And peace to you, Raymond. Luz Reyes, you ask, what kind of therapy? It's a rather unique one. I forget exactly what modality they use, but it has a lot to do with validating the various parts of ourself. Since, although we are one conscious being we call the self, there are many constituent parts that comprise that self, especially of the mind. As we all know, we could be conflicted about something, where I really want to go for a walk, but I also really don't want to go for a walk. How is this possible? Well, because we have parts of ourselves. One part says, you need to stay home. Another part says, you should get some exercise. And so you could name these parts. You could call it the athlete part and the stay at home and relax part. These are both valid parts of you, and getting them to communicate with each other and understand each other's needs and what they bring to the table, that can be very important. And I find that to be a very healthy kind of therapy for me, in which you allow the contradictions to arise and you allow the parts of your system to kind of sort themselves out by being their mediator and letting them communicate through you to each other. It is like shadow work in many ways. And thank you, G. Johnson. Nice to see you as well. And hello, Ethan Spicy Consciousness. And thank you, Madeline's, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Hari. Radhe Radhe. And Phoenix Awakening, you share that your whole being wants to stay home. That is understandable. Sometimes parts of us can speak over other parts. They certainly don't have to all be equally represented at any given moment. Some parts of us can use other parts for cover, can hide behind them, and they can even get mad at each other. And so we feel a conflict, almost like a war going on inside us between various parts. If we identify with all of them, then it can be very tricky to differentiate all of the moving parts. Having that awareness to step back and recognize these individual facets of our personality can be so helpful. And I agree, Miss Mariah. Absolutely, some of that is a trauma response. In fact, almost everything we do is a natural response. We seem to have predetermined ways of doing everything, of reacting. Learning to be conscious means going against the grain. Doing something other than your mind tells you. Oh, my bunny. Now I get to see your name. You were the one gifting the heart me's. Now I can thank you, oh my bunny, for all your heart me's. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yes, there was a magic number of 444 people here. And thank you, Luz Reyes. It's lovely to have you here as well. And hola, Shali. And hello, VG. Welcome. Your name is Kay. Gotcha. Nice to meet you, Kay. Always happy to have you here. And hello, Hannah Jade. Welcome. You know, I am surprised the chat is so still, even for 400 people here. It is very calming in a way, and very impressive for this app, given that it is often such a chaotic place to be. So many different perspectives, so many individual personalities, often coming into contact with each other. Waiting for more of my insight. Well, let us gain some insight from Pema Chodron, perhaps. She is a lovely Buddhist nun, and she has some wonderful words compiled in this book. Tatvamasi, you say 112? There's only 108. Sorry to burst your bubble. She has written many works, and some of her best stuff has been compiled here into 108 words of wisdom. G to infinity, you say 20? Let's see, have we read 20 yet? I don't think we have. Yeah, let's read this one. Number 20. Developing True Courage is the name of this one. As long as we're caught up in always looking for certainty and happiness, rather than honoring the taste and smell and quality of exactly what is happening, as long as we're always running away from discomfort, we're going to be caught in a cycle of unhappiness and disappointment, and we will feel weaker and weaker. Instead of asking ourselves, how can I find security and happiness? We could ask ourselves, can I touch the center of my pain? Can I sit with suffering, both yours and mine, without trying to make it go away? Can I stay present to the ache of loss or disgrace, disappointment in all its many forms, and let it open me? This is the trick. That is number 20. Developing true courage. I love that. You know, we always hold space for others, Whenever someone else is going through a hard time, we may sit with them, we may hold them physically as a symbol of the fact that we also hold some space within ourselves for what they're going through. Why don't we do the same thing for ourselves? Why don't we hold space for what we're going through, just as we would anyone else we love? And with other people, we don't have to solve their problems in order to be there for them. We also don't have to solve our own problems in order to be there for ourselves. Yet sometimes we feel inadequate for not having the solutions to our own problems. But we are welcome to be who we are, even without solutions. And Madeline's, you're wondering, does my appetite change when I am on my spiritual journey? I think everything changes. And how it changes is very unique to the individual. That's for sure. I agree, Moonchild. A singular period. Pleasant moon. You ask, what is the name of the book again? The name of the book is The Pocket Pema Chodron. If it's easier for you, you can take a screenshot. Pema Chodron is the name of that Buddhist nun. And she is certainly one of the wisest women in the world, in my opinion. I could have kept counting after 108. Well, you wanted 112, modulo 4, 108, that's residue of 4. We could have gone to 4 indeed. But you piqued my curiosity. What is 4 pages after 108? It's a bunch of sources of her writings. Many references from her book, When Things Fall Apart. You know, you could almost make a poem from all these references. When things fall apart, when things fall apart, no time to lose. When things fall apart, start where you are. When things fall apart, when things fall apart, when things fall apart. The wisdom of no escape, the wisdom of no escape. When things fall apart, the wisdom of no escape. No time to lose, the wisdom of no escape. When things fall apart, the wisdom of no escape, the wisdom of no escape. When things fall apart, the wisdom of no escape, the wisdom of no escape. When things fall apart, the places that scare you, no time to lose. Always maintain a joyful mind, no time to lose. That was page 184, which is 4 pages after the last verse. It's literally just some sources. The title of her written works, I gather. And yet they form such a wonderful poem, don't they? Sounds like a bonus mantra. I like that. Yes. And thank you, Madeline, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Fodzia, you ask if you can see the book again. Here, I'll do you one better. I'll keep the, wrong one. I'll keep the book cover on screen for you. There. And I'll just move a little bit to the right. Cole, you had asked, what do I think of the Ouroboros? A wonderful symbol used to represent many, many factors of self-reference, self-consumption, feedback loops. This universe is very meta in so many ways, and even its meta-ness is meta. For we, as the universe, are talking about how it's meta. That's pretty meta. Having self-awareness and then talking about your own self-awareness. Forget about breaking the fourth wall, you've just broken the fifth wall. And yes, Gardening Greg RG, you did just miss Pema Chodron. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. Tatvamasi, you had asked, do we just try to love and fall to fear usually? It is much easier to fall to fear than it is to rise up to love. Because rising up to love takes energy. Falling doesn't take any energy. Chelsea Grace, you share that you just had a big wave of depersonalization. Thank you for sharing. It's very hard to express what it feels like during those times, isn't it? Many people might not understand what it's like to not feel like a person, let alone feel like yourself, whatever that means. All of us are walking around as if we have some solid sense of self, but we take that for granted, because our sense of self is more fragile than we like to imagine it to be. Fortunately, even if you don't feel like you have a firm sense of self in any moment, that doesn't mean you are never not whole. Triple negative. What I meant to say is that you are always whole. Even during moments where you don't feel whole. And that's especially bizarre to think about. That you're whole even when you don't feel like you're whole. And hello, Chloe. You have a question? Do share. And thank you, Madeline's, for your beautiful good night wishes. All the best back to you as well. Yes. There are a lot of people here. It's intimidating, isn't it? Surprisingly, no, it's not. I'm very grateful for all of you. Chloe, you ask, what are my thoughts on love bombing? You tend to want to say you love someone as soon as you like them. My understanding of love bombing is that it's something people do in order to make up for crossing a boundary. That I will share with you how much I love you to prove that my intentions were right or better. And we can become attracted to the flowery words of others and become easily dismissive of their poor behavior with our boundaries. So it is important to exercise discernment and be curious to the possibility that someone could be sharing these words only to make up for their own insecurity. And that's a difficult thought, a challenging idea, because we've all been there. On either end, probably. At least I have. I will admit to the fact that I am still learning all the ways in which I can love, and in healthy ways, and all the ways that I can receive love, healthily also. But if by love bombing you mean something different, if by love bombing you mean just not being afraid to shower the person you love with appreciation, then that's certainly allowed. Now, they might not be able to hold all the love you have for them, and that's also something we should be aware of. Sometimes we love more than they are able to receive at the moment. And that doesn't necessarily mean you're loving too much. It just means we have an opportunity to be patient. And then when we can give more love, we'll jump on that opportunity. But many of us are slowly coming out of our shells due to perhaps trauma in the past, and we are not able to hold so much love ourselves. And so we hope for the people in our life to have patience with us in only being open this much for love right now, and then maybe tomorrow we'll be open this much. And Chloe, you share that you feel like you're a very caring and loving person, as I'm sure you are, and you need to become more unloving. I wouldn't say you need to become more unloving. Not at all. If you feel like you need to love less, then that says more about where the other person is at accepting love, rather than your ability to restrain yourself. You are perfect in the amount of love you share. Don't worry. I am sure that the time will come that your love is accepted with open arms, and until that time comes, you can be patient with yourself. And Chelsea, you ask, hey Yam, do I have a cat? I have Two cats have me. I was about to say I do have two cats, but then I realized the possession is not so that way. They are certainly the master of me. And thank you, Tatmamasi, for your trio and quintet of roses, forming together an octet. Jai Sitaram. And that's a nice idea, Morgan. Maybe love without attachment. And a challenging idea, that is. One that we will surely be spending the rest of our lives learning. How to love without boundaries nor expectations. And A2, you ask, how can I be so kind? You have a hard time with people. A lot of people don't like your kindness. That's okay. The kindness isn't for them, for theirs to like. Kindness is a personal practice to keep us afloat. Our kindness is our life-saving vest in this ocean of negativity. Staying positive is what keeps us afloat. If other people are jealous and they are drowning in negativity, then it's time for them to develop their own flotation device if they cannot accept yours. My account, you ask, do I believe in God? Such a simple question, and one that always humbles me. We use our words in so many different ways. It's hard to know what one person means by God, what another person means by belief, and whether my experiences will match with theirs. I can say that whatever the cause of this moment is, this life, this universe, this consciousness, whatever the source of all this is, I know not anything about it other than what I may infer from what has sprouted from it. And that seed, which to blossom into this moment, has been an incredible experience for me. And though there is so much more to know about what may arise from that source, even this limited experience tells me that it's enough for me to have some kind of appreciation for. Although this moment contains both experiences that uplift me and experiences that depress me. I understand that both kinds of experiences are conducive to my growth. I rejoice in the happy times, and I grow in character during the unhappy times. And so, never is there a wasted moment in every part of time. Because of that, I can admit to the fact that this is a wonderful creation. I know not the cause, but I have reverence for it. And thank you, Mahina, for your hanging light. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, I'm grabbing you because my phone is vibrating. I'm just going to turn off the alarm. That means we've been live for 4 hours now. And Christian, thank you for your heartbeat. I think it is a good time to start landing the plane. And I am on every night, at least I try to be. But before we go tonight, there are a few things that I'd like to go through with you all. Where was I flying? To the present moment. Both my departure point and my arrival. Before we go tonight, I'd like to ask you all a question of the day. And then afterwards, I'd like to read a short section from Roar the Ganges. And then we'll close with a very simple meditation. But my question of the day today, for you, is what are your favorite compliments to receive? I would love to know. And you are welcome to interpret the question in any way which seems most conducive to an answer. I am not looking for a right answer, nor am I looking for a wrong answer. A2, you share. You are beautiful. I like that. G to infinity, you share. Thank you. That's a wonderful compliment. I agree, and one that hardly becomes recognized as a compliment. And A2, you share that your name is Immacula. Well, what an immaculate name that is. Jai, you like anyone that is sincere. I appreciate that. Yes, it is the sincerity which counts, doesn't it? And Fernando, you like the you're welcome. How poetic. G to infinity says thank you, and Fernando says you're welcome. And thank you, Jared, speaking of which, for sending a gift of a subscription to Yana, Hope N, Angelica, Manette, and Amanda McCormack. I eagerly await the opportunity to be of service to them in any kind that I can. So thank you. Thank you, Jared. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, West Coast. Fat Cat Weaves, you like? That you give good conversation. That's a great compliment. That you have a beautiful heart, says Fostia. I love that. You see the world with poetic eyes, says Teens. I like that. And superficial, but you smell good, says Michelle. It's actually a very lovely kind of compliment. I agree. And Chelsea, you like the ones where they can see your hard work and effort. It's important to be seen like that. I agree. Mahina, you like when they say that you're kind and that you look younger than you are. It's funny. When we're children, we like to be seen as older. And then when we're older, we like to be seen as younger. Is there ever a point in time where we want to look exactly how we are? And if so, what age is it? Bobby Sue, you like the compliment. You make me feel loved, worthy, valued. That's so sweet. And Sun Sea Spirit Woman, you like the compliment. Your beautiful radiates from within you. I like that. Frago, you love when people say that you make them feel safe. I love that also. And Tatvamasi, you like any indication that you've been of service to them. That is wonderful. Where have these numbers come from? Chelsea says 23. G2 Infinity says 29. Cancel the Internet says 25. These your favorite compliments? And yes, Immacula, we can certainly revisit that topic tomorrow. You asked, can you send me a small donation? You know, you are welcome to, but it is never expected. I am most nourished by your lovely presence here. That enough is, well, more than enough. Oh, that's right. I did ask a question about age, didn't I? Mind you, it was a rhetorical question, but I appreciate how all of you answered. 23, 29, 25. Okay, that makes sense. But I very much enjoyed Cosmic Light's answer to that question. It's not a number, it's a state of being and living in alignment. I agree with that sentiment. Good night, Anna. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. What are my favorite compliments? Asks Mahina. I don't know. I don't think about it much. I love to give compliments. It is when they are well received that I feel complimented and returned. I feel like when people appreciate the love I have to share, that compliments me. And it's true, I did pose the question. That's why I've asked all of you, because I don't know. Now, thank you for exploring this question of the day with me. the theme I am seeing today with many of your answers is that you all love being seen, which I think is very revealing. That we love the compliments in which we feel like they are able to perceive our higher nature via the hard work that we've been putting in, how we express ourselves in subtle ways, and just feeling connected to, understood, when people find the beauty that is within us all along. Why do we love being seen, asks Tatvamasi? Because it gives us purpose. When the beauty within us becomes seen, then others become witness to the unfolding of potential within us, and therefore it is yet another way in which we serve others. And thank you, Babiso, for your applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. It is like a small child. They are always wanting attention from the adults. Is it because they need to be seen? No. It's because we need to see them. We need to become more aware of the potential that is there in that child. And we need to become more attentive to our own inner child that we have been inattentive with. The need to see is within us, not that which is being seen. Okay, let us read from another section of Roar the Ganges. This wonderful book takes us through the author, Swami Tadatmananda, as he becomes initiated into Hindu monkhood. Earlier in this live, we read the first initiation ritual. We are well into his initiation now. Now we are reading the next part of it. And this is a very, very rare sneak peek into what it's like to go through such a sacred experience. It is almost never written down, especially in English, for others to read. So to have this opportunity to almost feel what it's like to go through this practice that has been going on for more than 5,000, 10,000 years, in which one becomes initiated into a spiritual lineage, is such a precious moment. This is Wednesday, the big day of March 22nd. The passage of time on that motionless, moonless, cold night was marked only by the slow progress of stars, tracing wide arcs around Dhruva, the pole star. Fixed low over the mountains, looking out through a window, I watched the starry black expanse fade as dawn approached. I was startled when the three priests suddenly appeared on the veranda and slipped silently into the room. They immediately began preparing the ghee, clarified butter, grains, and other articles necessary for the last of the preliminary rituals. I stared blankly at the old priest and his two assistants, without fully comprehending what was happening. I felt as though we occupied different worlds. Theirs was active and noisy, while mine was silent and unchanging. The hours of chanting had drawn my mind inward to a place of deep repose, a still point around which my thoughts slowly revolved like stars circling Dhruva. When the preparations were complete, Achyut and I once again sat beside the head priest, facing the ritual fire. He helped us perform Viraja Homa, a ritual of self-purification obligatory to all who would become sannyasis, renunciates. We offered handfuls of white and black sesame seeds into the glowing fire, while reciting mantras to purify every aspect of our beings. Om. May my vital forces be purified. May I become shining, pure, and sinless. Swaha. Om. May my speech, mind, and senses be purified. May I become shining, pure, and sinless. Swaha. Om. May my soul be purified. May I become shining, pure, and sinless. Swaha. With each recitation of Swaha, we threw another handful of sesame seeds into the flames. Afterwards, the priest gave each of us a wooden ladle to offer ghee into the fire while we recited other mantras. With each oblation of clarified butter, the hungry flames reached higher and higher. I glanced up from the fire for a moment and saw that Swami Dayananda had arrived. He was seated on a chair near the doorway, leaning forward and watching attentively. His serene face was illumined by the fire's orange glow. At the conclusion of every homa, any remaining ghee must be offered into the fire as a final oblation. The old priest ordered Achyut and I to stand for this last offering. He refilled our ladles again and again as we poured a steady stream into the fire. The flames eagerly consumed the ghee, climbing high enough to lick at our ladles and hands, and very nearly igniting the white cotton robes loosely draped around our bodies. In spite of the very real danger, I felt no fear. I witnessed the perilous scene calmly, as though watching a movie. I remained an awareful witness. I had no desire to get burned, yet I knew that if I should perish in flames, nothing of myself would be truly lost. I mused darkly. What act of renunciation could be more complete than offering one's own body into the homa fire? The three priests, having completed their duties, spoke briefly with our guru, Swami Dayananda, before leaving. Then, Achyut and I were escorted out of the room and onto the veranda, where Swami Dayananda, Swami Sudhananda, Swami Prakash, and two other swamis from our ashram stood waiting. Away from the fire's warmth, the chill air shook me out of my dreamy reverie. The weather had changed while we performed the Viraja Homa. The sky had turned dim gray, and cold winds now drove threatening clouds down from the Himalayas. Good night, Frago. And good night, Jai. Swami Dayananda set out briskly down the stairs and across the courtyard towards the temple. We all followed behind, Achyut and I barefoot with our dhotis flapping wildly in the wind, and our symbolic dandas, sticks, grasped firmly in our hands. A light drizzle had begun to fall. Just then, adrenaline began to surge through my body, sending shivers up my spine to the crown of my head. The final rite of renunciation was about to begin. We stopped for a moment at the temple to prostrate before the deity. Then we followed Swami Dayananda down the temple steps onto the concrete ghat projecting out onto the river, followed by the ashram swamis. As we walked out to its end, the ashram residents and guests all assembled near the temple to watch the ceremony from afar. At the ghat's edge, next to the river, Swami Dayananda sat, holding his upper cloth to keep it from blowing off his head. To my surprise, there was no trace of solemnity in his mood. He seemed cheerful and light-hearted. He proceeded to direct us through the final rituals, carefully orchestrating each step. We had come to the banks of the Ganges because her waters are considered the epitome of all that is sacred and purifying. We removed our sacred thread and the kusha grass belts we had donned yesterday. These we threw into the river's swift current, together with our dandas, our staffs. The articles we surrendered unto her swirling currents were instantly swept away. Swami Dayananda put on his glasses and began reading aloud from a copy of the Sannyasa Paddhati he carried with him onto the ghat. He had us repeat the Sanskrit formulas by which the Gayatri Mantra is formally given up through a process of being merged syllable by syllable into the sacred sound Om. From now on, our main mantra, like that of every sannyasi, would simply be Om. And welcome, Bhante. We are in the middle of reading the ceremony at which a Hindu monk becomes ordained. The drizzle developed into a light rain. Swami Prakash opened an umbrella to shield Swami Dayananda. Heeding our guru's instructions, we threw our dhotis and upper cloths into the currents. Then we stepped down from the ghat into the frigid water and waded out once again to take our 3 mandatory dips. My body screamed, tormented by the freezing water and bitter wind. Unlike yesterday, there was no sun to warm our bodies. Achyut, being from a tropical part of South India, was totally unaccustomed to such intense cold. His teeth chattered audibly, and his body shook like a leaf. After bathing, we waded back and stood before Swami Dayananda in knee-deep water. We faced east, looking across the river towards the mountains. The only sign of the rising sun was a slight brightening in the thick mantle of gray clouds. The wind stung our wet skins, drenched by both the river and the falling rain. The elements of nature stood witness as we prepared to utter our vows of renunciation. We stretched our arms up over our heads and held them skyward as we recited the same powerful mantras that generations of sannyasis had done before. Om Bhu Sannyastam Maya, Om Bhuva Sannyastam Maya, Om Suvaha Sannyastam Maya, Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Sannyastam Maya. 3 times we recited these mantras, first softly, then in a middle voice, and finally shouting them as an unequivocal declaration of our vows. Sannyastam Maya, I renounce. I renounce all worldly accomplishments, success, fame, family, wealth, comfort, and also everything beyond the world, like heaven, and future births. in this act of unconditional renunciation, our names, personalities, histories, and egos were all surrendered unto the Ganges. Everything was washed away by her purifying waters. In that moment, 2 brahmacharis were swept away to their deaths by her swift currents, and in their place, 2 shivering, virtually naked sannyasis stood, as if newly reborn. I like that idea, Bhante. Let us rekindle the idea of a podcast sometime. We dipped our cupped hands into the Ganges and offered her holy waters back unto their source as we took the vow of ahimsa, non-injury. Abhayam sarva bhutebhyo mataha svaha. For all beings, may there be no fear from me. All life is sacred, from a clump of grass up to Lord Brahma himself, the scriptures say. Therefore, in addition to the vow of renunciation, a second main vow is taken by all sannyasis. Avoid harm to any living being. After completing the main vows, we proceeded in accordance with the traditional rites to start walking upstream towards the Himalayas, heading north, the direction representing liberation, enlightenment, moksha. With these steps, we symbolically left all worldly ambitions behind and dedicated our lives solely to obtaining moksha. We went forth naked and possessionless as we were at the time of our births. At this point in the ritual, the sannyasi Padhati instructs, a new sannyasi who is already enlightened should climb out of the water and face north, abandoning the use of clothes and remaining naked as he was when born. He should travel the great path towards the north. He should not take a kaupina, staff, or anything else. He should live in a holy place like Kashi, dwelling at the foot of a tree and begging, using their hands as their begging bowl and spending their time as they please. Fortunately, Achyut and I were not bound by this mandate. The Sannyasa Padhati makes a separate provision for those who have not yet reached the highest state of unconditional liberation. In accordance with that option, we took just a few token steps towards the north before Swami Dayananda called out, "Tishta! Tishta! Stop! Stop!" We turned back and stood before him. He handed us orange dhotis, upper cloths, and kaupinas, saying in Sanskrit, "For the sake of protecting your body and for the sake of the world, wear these clothes." We stepped aside to dress ourselves. As a concession to modesty, Swami Dayananda had permitted us to wear our kaupinas throughout. Now, they had to be removed. I struggled to untie the knot in mine. I had tied it tightly to keep this unfamiliar underwear from falling to my feet, but I discovered I had made a big mistake. Soaking wet, the knot was now impossible to untie. Swami Prakash discerned my embarrassing situation and came to my rescue. Using a pair of scissors that would be used in a later part of the ceremony, he delicately cut through the wet cloth of my kaupina. With the others watching this comical operation, I could not help but announce in Sanskrit, "Muktoham! I am freed!" borrowing the same expression uttered in ecstasy by those gaining final liberation. Being a group not much given to solemnity, we all laughed heartily. Once dressed in our new robes, Achyut and I sat at the end of the ghat before Swami Dayananda. The winds grew calm, and our robes' warmth drove away the chill. Swami Dayananda spoke very frankly about the life of sannyasa and the importance of adhering to our vows. He instructed us on the 4 Mahavakyas, the great teachings that convey the ultimate truths of Vedanta. Then he imparted a special mantra given to sannyasis alone. I felt humbled and blessed to receive this sacred mantra from my guru. Following the sannyasa Paddhati's instructions, Swami Dayananda then placed his right hand on Achyut's chest and recited in Sanskrit, I give you my heart with this vow. May you possess my wisdom. When he placed his hand upon my chest to bless me in the same way, my eyes filled with tears of gratitude. I could scarcely fathom the value of all I had received from my dear teacher over the past 12 years. Swami Prakash handed the scissors to Swami Dayananda, who proceeded to cut off the few strands of hair remaining at the back of our heads, the tufts that symbolized our dependent status as students. We were now expected to be completely independent. Swami Dayananda often expressed his opinion that it would be very wrong to bind his disciples to himself, or to any organization. They should all be free to live as they choose. His orientation embodies the true spirit of a sannyasa, renunciation. Only at the very end of the ceremony were we given our new names, almost as an afterthought. Every Swami initiated in this tradition receives 2 names, a personal name and the name of their order, one of the 10 established by Shankara. Swami Dayananda received his last name, Saraswati, from Swami Chinmayananda, his first teacher. Swami Chinmayananda received it when he was initiated into sannyasa by the famous Swami Sivananda, and Swami Sivananda received the name Saraswati at the time of his formal initiation. Presumably, this lineage of teachers could be traced back to Shankara himself. Writing and pronouncing 2 long polysyllabic Sanskrit names can be cumbersome, so many Swamis do not regularly use their last names. Some even abbreviate their first names. Most first names end with the word Ananda, which means bliss or fullness. For example, Dayananda means the fullness, Ananda, of compassion, Daya. Some Swamis drop the Ananda, like Swami Prakash, whose full name is actually Swami Prakashananda Saraswati. Imagine the difficulty with such a name when making airline reservations. Swami Dayananda had not chosen our new names in advance. It was his convention to select them as part of the ritual itself. With the ceremony almost complete, he turned to Achyut and paused to think. After a few moments, he bestowed the name Atma Triptananda, explaining its meaning as one who is fulfilled, being utterly content as Atma. Achyut had become Swami Atma Triptananda Saraswati. Then Swami Dayananda turned to me. He remained silent for a long time, much longer than for Achyut. I wondered if I was about to receive an unpronounceable 13-syllable appellation. As even more time elapsed, I began to feel concerned about the delay. Had some problem arisen? Finally, Swami Dayananda declared my name to be Tadatmananda, the one who is fulfilled, Ananda, because his self, Atma, is non-separate from that, Tat, from Brahman. I let out a sigh of relief. I learned only later the reason for his lengthy deliberation. Since I lived in America, he wanted to choose a simple name that Westerners could easily pronounce. The rite of renunciation was over. Swami Dayananda strode up the ghat towards the temple, with Swami Atma Triptananda and myself following, and the other Swamis trailing behind us. We were greeted at the temple steps by the ashram's residents and guests, who chanted Vedic hymns and showered us with flower petals in a grand reception. Swami Dayananda introduced us to the residents by our new names and announced that we were his two latest casualties. Everyone laughed at the irony. Achyut Chaitanya and Mark Berrien were no more. They had perished in the river. Yet this was no cause for sorrow. It was an occasion for great celebration. After a brief puja at the temple, Vijay came forward and led me back to my room. I sat on my cot, dazed but tranquil. My friend Vijay left and returned a short while later carrying a tray of breakfast and tea for me. I ate little and said almost nothing. Words seemed useless, hopelessly inadequate to express what I felt. Vijay sat with me in silence, smiling softly. After he picked up the tray and left, I laid down and slept deeply for several hours. Swami Dayananda had instructed Achyut and me to spend the remainder of the day repeating the Sannyasa mantra he had just given to us. So, I sat on my cot with my eyes closed, chanting mentally, while a continuous series of pictures drifted in and out of my awareness. Each scene depicted one of the many dramatic events that had unfolded in the past 24 hours. I dozed off occasionally, still exhausted from lack of sleep and the emotional intensity of all that had transpired. Each time I woke up, my surroundings seemed unreal, as if I were dreaming. And with that, we end the chapter, and not yet the book, for there still are several chapters left. But now, Mark is no longer Mark. That being, now known as Swami Tadatmananda, has received sannyasa from his guru, Swami Dayananda, and that long await into Hindu monkhood is over into the order of Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and learning and language and music and all that good jazz. And what a journey it's been. I look forward to the chapters that come in the remaining section of the book. So thank you for listening, everyone. I definitely enjoyed that chapter. And thank you, Babi Su, for your applause that you sent whilst I read. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy that you enjoyed it as well, Bante. Very blessed to have you here. as you mentioned, Bhante is a friend of mine, a Bhante, a Buddhist monk, who is of a different spiritual lineage than Swamiji. And, as I'm sure he'll tell you, you are more than welcome to follow him into wherever he finds himself next. As there is so much wisdom to be gleaned from experiencing the fullness of life that Buddhism has to offer, and that all of life has to offer. And thank you, Moon, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. It's very rare. The rarest, one could say. Now, we are going to close with a short chanting session. The section of chanting today is a very simple one. I'll be minimizing the background music now so we can maximize the lovely singer who we'll be singing along with. And then we'll be closing today's live stream. So, the chant that we are going to do today, rendered in Brahmi, very old language, is Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Namaha. But don't worry, you don't have to remember that. I have this as well. Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Namaha. I bow to the Guru. Om. I bow to the Guru, repeatedly, with reverence, so that we may honor the fact that we stand on the shoulders of greats, that all of the wisdom that we receive in this life has come from unbroken lineages of such teachers who continue to share the Dharma. And so, taking a moment to pay homage to that lineage, whatever it may be for you, even if it's your own ancestral line or those of others, we take this time to surrender to that teacher. And there is no greater teacher than this moment. And with that, we'll be listening to what's her lovely name? Bhanumati Narasimhan. And I just remembered that last name is the same name as your grandfather, Tatvamasi, although there's an extra A. I assume that's only due to the dropping of the A of Sanskrit in the north. Lovely. All right. And this one does go out to you, since you recommended that we listen to one of her songs.
Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Nama Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Nama Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Namaha Guru Om Guru Guru Namo Nama 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 Guru Guru Namo Nama Guru Om 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 Guru Guru Namo Nama Karuna Kripamaya Mere Guru Tum Karuna Kripamaya Mere Guru Tum Karuna Kripamaya Mere Guru Tum Karuna Kripamaya
All right, thank you. I don't have the lyrics for that part of it. I thought we'd do the first part. Short and sweet. Thank you, everyone. A lovely little mantra, that is. And I know that you wanted another one, Tattvamasi, Shivoham one. We can also do that one soon for you. Thank you for recommending that lovely singer. And thank you for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus another 6, 20 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Cryptic Slytherin, for your 34 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Tattvamasi, you share a story as well. That you stepped on a book and your mom asked to do Namaskar. You did, and you didn't know why you were doing that. You lost respect to what was being taught. With that simple gesture, now you needed external help. Sometimes I worry about the placement of the holy books. I'll put my phone over it and go, wait a second. Does this mean I am valuing technology as higher than the words in this book? And so I'll quickly take my phone and put it somewhere. And then I remember a book is just a book. We can have reverence for the contents of the book, but the book itself, it may come and go. And Jarrett, thank you for your 22 tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your 6 roses and another 11 of them. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Nick, thank you for your 81 roses. What is that? 3 to the power of 4. Isn't it? 9 to the 2 to the 2. 9 squared squared. No, 3 squared squared. Rather. What a wonderful moment. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I am still alive, Marcy. But not for much longer. Now, as always, I will be uploading the whole 5-hour live stream to my YouTube channel. That is Yamsox Lives, in case there's anything there that you would like to get more out of. Additionally, I've been uploading more frequently to my Yamsox ASMR channel, also linked in the link tree in my bio. We've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita. Currently, we're up to the 7th chapter, so there's lots of content there for you now. It is done whispered with rain in the background, so it's a very relaxing experience for you. One that I think is unique. I am not sure how many other ASMR readings of the Bhagavad Gita are out there. And someone also mentioned that I should do a chanting tutorial, which is something that I have done on the ASMR channel as well, just earlier this week, or I guess last week now. Chanting on how to use mala beads for meditation and relaxation, and some tips and tricks for pronunciation, and how it can be used for anxiety relief and whatnot. And Cryptic Slytherin, you ask, have I ever been to India? My heart has been there, but my body has yet to catch up. Matt Morales, you ask, what day and time do I stream? You pick a day, I'll be streaming. Here today, tomorrow, overmorrow, yesterday, but at 5 p.m. Pacific time. If you ever forget, it's in the bio on this profile. 5 p.m. Pacific time. But for the last week of the month, I do earlier times for my earlier time zone viewers. You're very welcome. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention is a shameless plug to my Yamsox. These are socks with yams on them. I'm not sure what else to say about them. They're exactly what they sound like. They are Yamsox. There are also hats. And these hats, though not bearing yams, bears a tiny diny. And this tiny diny says one thing and one thing only. Yippee! So these are things that you can have. I don't know why you want to have them. All I know is I like having them myself. And it is something that you get in return for supporting me, since I recognize that it is important to have something in return. I know that many of you are content with a little token of appreciation that shows up on just this live stream in the form of gifts, and that's more than enough for me. But for you, if you ever want something of mine, then there are the tiny diny toques and Yamsox on the store section of the link tree. Now, it is never expected, never necessary. But right now I am saving up for a trip to India, and I'm most of the way there, thanks to all of you. And so I'm very grateful. And yes, thank you, Mahina. That is on my list of things. Getting an international plan for my phone. If I'm going right. I will get vaccinations, visa, travel insurance, and a SIM card that works there as well. And thank you, Isabella, for your tiny diny. Wait for it. Yippee! And thank you, Jarrett, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Let this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna and And my goodness, they are traveling through space. I feel like I am holding a portal in my hand. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Thank you, Tatwamasi, for your trio of roses. And Angel, thank you for your quartet of ice cream cones. Hari Om Tat Tat. Good night, Mahina. Grand Rising Mystics Temple. All right. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment.